Oh no.
Smith and James in the first break.
Smith and James in the first break.
Tag on it. Whatever, stream.
Yeah, the video didn't work. The stream didn't work.
Your morning jolt of sports. It's the Rob Brown Show.
I don't see a decline in Kansas City. I do see a decline out of the East.
See what you're doing here.
Chiefs.
Disrespect! Is that disrespect?
That was disrespect.
The Chiefs are winning the Super Bowl because they have been hashtag.
I was right. I said it right
People
there.
like you, Rob.
I know.
And you disrespect.
I am very, very sorry. It is my disrespect that did it. So when the Chiefs inevitably win the 2023-24 Lombardi Trophy, you can all look back to April 17th, 2023 and say, damn it, Rob Brown, you did this when you hashtag disrespected. I called it.
Clip this so I can play it back to you, and you'll know it's your fault.
Go ahead, man. You can put it on the Fearless
I'm
Predictions.
writing it down on my list.
If the Chefs win the SB this year, it is because Rob had the audacity to disrespect them.
How dare you?
I want you to know, Lonzo. And by the way, what a spectacular start to the show. I'm not even mad.
I could be playing that prematurely, but they are in the Super Bowl. So
I want you to know, and this is 100% for real. I already have a bet on the Chiefs to outright money line win the Super Bowl. Okay? Flat, not against the spread. All right? And by the way, here's where I get worried. The Chiefs won me a lot of money this weekend. I gave it all back courtesy of the 49ers last night, but the Chiefs won me a lot of money because America went 84% on the over in the Baltimore-Kansas City game. I was like, no, this Chiefs defense is real good. The Ravens defense, real good. They're going to hold each other to under 20 apiece. Watch, and the under cash.
Wait. So that Lamar Jackson, who the praises that you threw on that dude, in the end, when money was involved, you're like, yeah, the Chiefs defense is better than what I think of Lamar Jackson.
No, the Chiefs defense is real good. I said that last week. That's even when I was in Team Lamar, that didn't change the fact that I said these two defenses are both good. Let's not pretend that Patrick walloped Lamar. You beat him by a touchdown. You beat him by 7. I mean, it was by 7. Good win, especially when you come in as a dog.
I was going to say that's what Kansas City does.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
I'm not going to sit here and pretend like Patrick Mahomes smoked Lamar, but I'm also going to say,
there were some really show out plays from Mahomes.
You want to hear infuriating?
Those guys.
You want to hear infuriating? One of my bets: Zay Flowers to score 2 touchdowns. Not only was that a bet, I felt good about that one. I threw cash at that. If that would have hit, I'd have taken a day off because it would have covered a full day's pay for me. If that would have hit, and dog fumbles going in. If he doesn't fumble that, we might have a very different conversation going.
Well, you've got to give credit to the defender. It wasn't like it just, that ball was punched out.
He played it perfect.
Yeah, and it's kind of ironic because of what happened the week before with the Chiefs having the same problem. Or it was I think it was Kadarius Toney who threw some stuff up on Twitter, which was interesting about the team.
Oh, we're going to talk about it.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about it.
Yeah.
I loved it. Yeah. I had so much fun with that. So, listen, April 23rd, 2023, I made a Chiefs joke. All right. They win. I said it in the commercial. It wasn't a joke. I said, when they win, you can come back to this and blame it on me. And here we are with the Chiefs going back again.
See, it's just more proof that I am willing to wait a year on things. I'm a very patient person.
I will say no one. I have never doubted the Lonzo slow burn. Never doubted the Lonzo slow burn. And here it is, the slowest, burniest so far. My man got me 9.5 months later. He was waiting on that. Did you sit watching that game yesterday afternoon, like twirling your handlebar mustache, pushing your fingers together like the maniacal madman?
No, I was.
Like, I got him. I got this.
I won't go into detail, but I was suffering. But anyway, when the game was over, yes, that is one of the first things I thought of. It's like, okay, there we go.
I've got a lot to say about those games. I've got a lot to say about both games.
Both were very entertaining.
Both were great. Both were. I think it is without question that the 4 best teams in the National Football League played yesterday. I don't think I'm going to fight that. Like every now and then you get a team somewhere along the line that, you know, you probably should be in the Final 4, Final 2, but they have a bad playoff game. Every now and then you get a bad team who just gets white hot, wild card team that gets wild hot that makes it to this point. I think we have the 4 best teams in the National Football League that played yesterday. And frankly, I think we have the 2 best teams going to the Super Bowl. But as I scanned Sportslandia yesterday, went out, met a couple of the fellas for a late night brewski and to watch the first half of that game because I can't stay up late enough to watch the end. I watched that whole game. There was no way I was walking away from it.
It was over. It was over by 10. I mean,
it's late for me. So
well, yeah, it was late for me too, but still, it was over by 10. We're good.
I had to take my Metamucil and get to bed. I stayed up late to watch that game, and after it was over, I had show prep to do because I wasn't going to prep while that game was on. It was too good. It was too good to show prep while that game was on. And so the game ends. The fiance, who was very upset, not because of that one, but because as we got into as we approached the AFC Championship game, I've told you in the past, we bet together now. That's our thing, right? We bet together. I just let her throw together like a 4, 5, 6 leg parlay. And for me, it's fun because now she's interested in the game in more than just, I hope it's good football. Now she's interested in matchups and whatnot, A, and B, she gets to experience the pain and misery that I get to experience when she bets on my Zay Flower 2-touchdown prop and watches dude lose the ball at the 3-inch line going in, separating her from a very nice handbag or expensive bottle of wine or whatever it is. And when I told her, I'm like, when he didn't score, when he didn't score, the couch was just very, I don't have, do I have, all right, I got to beep, beep, beep. You get, I was going to play the cuss word button.
I was going to say, I know I'm not 100%.
No, that's on me.
But it's on.
Yeah, it's on me. I was very much sitting on the couch, mad as hell. And she goes, "What are you so mad about?" And I said 2 things. Number 1, I put 2 bets on the final. I had Ravens on the money line, but I had Kansas City plus 4.5. That line moved down to 4.5. Said if Kansas City wins by 3, if Baltimore wins by 4 or fewer, we make good money. If one of those 2 things happens, we make good money. I said if Zay Flowers goes in there, if he scores that touchdown right there, you and me are going on a very nice dinner date. Real nice dinner date. And then I showed her the bet. And then she said, and here we are. Anyway, put that aside. As I scanned Sportslandia last night, radio stations across America, this great country that we all live in, listening to late night weekend hosts everywhere react to these 2 games in real time. The biggest pet peeve of mine that I can come up with in sports broadcasting began to take place. And that is people refuse to acknowledge nuance in game conversations. There were multiple takes last night. They only won because Patrick Mahomes is the GOAT. And I'm like, You're not going to acknowledge Chris Jones? How many batted balls and tackles for a loss did Chris Jones have yesterday? I would argue Chris Jones was the most important Chief yesterday. If he wasn't, Travis Kelce was. $116 and a tutty.
It was very much a team effort.
Hell yeah, it was.
Yeah, I mean, in the past, one person has stood out that you could say that guy's the game, but yesterday it was team.
Yesterday was the most complete football game that I've seen the Kansas City Chiefs play all year long. And we shouldn't be surprised. It's what the Chiefs do. They get better as the stakes get higher, right? But then I heard the other narrative. See, big game Lamar can't do it. And I will acknowledge that Lamar late in that game, that interception
Dude,
was...
he folded a couple times. He made some really bad. He made some first or second year Lamar Jackson decisions.
I don't disagree. Like that INT into the end zone where he had Isaiah Likely down the seam. There's two things you can do differently. Number one, when there's three of them and one of you, your odds not real great. But the second thing is loft that ball. Put that ball on the goalpost. Make it to where either Isaiah Likely's going to catch it or ain't nobody going to catch it. It was a terrible throw. That being said, I appreciated Tony Romo at one point in this game because Romo, as Lamar Jackson is scrambling around and everybody's screaming, get rid of the ball. Romo decides to go to the All-22 cam, which is a resource that more play-by-play guys should be using regularly. And he shows the sideline cam of the All-22. And he goes, look at the blanket they've got on him. He goes, here, covered, here, covered, here, covered, here, covered. Shows all five wide receivers, all five wide receivers have a Kansas City Chief in their cleats with them. Nowhere to go. And all I heard was, there's playoff Lamar. There he is. There he is. And I'm going, much like I did with watch Lonzo roll the eyes, a lot of Bryce Young games this year. Who the hell do you want him to throw it to?
See, I have control. You can't tell me what to do. I don't have to roll my eyes unless I want to. So there. And as far as playoff Lamar, I mean, we see that, but most people are afraid to say anything about. You can't criticize Lamar. I don't know why that is.
Twitter was doing nothing but absolutely bleeping on Lamar.
Okay,
Saturday. Nothing but it.
I'm looking at my ex and looked at it. I was looking at it repeatedly, and all I got was the NFL is kissing the Chiefs bleep. The
wait.
You know, yeah. I mean, it's mostly Tony Romo loves. Patrick Mahomes is like, dude, what are you listening to?
I thought Tony Romo was going to need new pants at the end of that game. I'm not going to lie. If you didn't get Romo loving Mahomes out of that game, you are absolutely, what's it called? Self-persecuting?
Again, my wife is like, Tony Romo is so bad. And I agree with it. He is so bad. I mean, and I sent you something. I don't know if you paid attention to it or not.
I did. You said Olsen's better.
A million times.
I'm sorry, you said Olsen is 1 million times better.
A million times. And you know what? That guy, as good as he is going to be replaced, according to rumor, by Tom Brady.
We'll come back to that. I do want to come back to that. Because I don't even think you're totally wrong.
And all I could think of is, man, why couldn't we have that team? Why couldn't Fox be doing this game? That's the only way this game could be more pleasant, because I wouldn't have to listen to Tony Romo. And I guess they're doing the Super Bowl.
All right, I just accept you're a Romo hater now, because me and all the boys I was with were all like, dude, Tony Romo is going to need new pants if Mahomes does anything else. Here's the thing.
You know, the dress is white or the dress is blue. I guess that's really what it comes down to.
That dress was white. Verifiably, certifiably white.
I'm pretty sure the dress was blue.
That dress was white.
And I don't know if it's the way we're reared. I don't know if it's our fandom or what, but some people see and hear things differently.
Well, I forgot, because none of you reminded me last week, to start the Romo compliment counter. I may subject myself to that game a second time to do it, but I will tell you, we sat at a table last night, a handful of us, and I was like, dude, if Romo talks about the great, he kept calling him 15. He's like, yeah, they're good. 15's here. Baltimore is trying everything they got, but 15's here. You can't, it doesn't matter what you do when 15's in the building. Like, he must have said it doesn't matter, 15's here like 19 times in that game. 15's here. Lamar's out there doing this, that, and the other and running around, but it doesn't matter because 15 is here. Anyway, we'll put that aside. I'll come back to that because I do want to talk Romo v. Olsen v. Brady. Absolutely. But what I do want to say about
I'm
I'm
shaking my head, not because
now you are.
I'm shaking my head because of how the contrast and I hope I have enough voice to actually, have debate about this.
Fair enough. I think that I can do 4 hours. I can go 2 hours apiece on both of these games. We got other stuff we need to get to, like Zach showing up saying, can we all agree that Clemson got shafted on Saturday night with the refs against Duke? Yeah. Yes, I can. 100% they did. 100%. I got Brad Brownell's sound clip from the postgame presser ready to go. I figured out I can put it on my sound wall and then
have
that there.
Yeah, which is cool.
Yeah.
I mean, because it's an easier transition. When the host already, because you can make that flow in there and you don't have to worry about,
it gives
the
you
producer paying attention, and I'm not worried about that.
Make your job easier.
Yeah.
So I'm a giver.
And plus what a great PLE we had over the weekend too. So,
really did. Had some Royal Rumble to get to. Rob goes 2 for 2 on Rumble winners.
By the way, I know we were not together because I was ill, but I picked both of the winners too. It was in my living room, and my wife's the only one who heard it.
Wildly predictable.
Yeah.
That whole show was wildly predictable.
Well, and still,
it was fine.
Very,
it was good.
they were very entertaining.
Matches themselves were good,
and
very predictable.
And some of the returns were a little shocking.
Yeah.
I thought, and
not as much as I'd have thought they would be. We'll talk about it.
So negative, man.
I'm not negative. I'm realist.
Okay.
So.
Right.
The notion that Lamar Jackson lost that game is bogus. The notion that Lamar Jackson lost that game is wrong. There were mistakes that Lamar made. The INT into triple coverage, real bad throw, real bad decision, real bad execution. I'm not saying Lamar played a perfect game and the Ravens let him down. I am saying to place the blame of that L on Lamar, to go around dancing on the grave of 2023 Lamar is not the right call. I do not understand how you come into that game as the number one rushing attack in the National Football League and you decide, in terms of play calling, we need to uncork Lamar. Like, we need Lamar. You know what it felt like to me? It felt like the Ravens coaching staff looked at this game from the lens that everybody else painted it at. It's Mahomes. It's Jackson.
Wow, what game were you watching? Here's what I saw. I saw a quarterback that nobody else in the league wanted, deciding he was going to do it his way, and his way failed. Coaching will get blamed on it. Coaching will
Does Lamar call the plays? Because if Lamar don't call the plays, my number one criticism is the coaches.
Does Lamar have control of the play can he go, no, I'm going to audible out of that? Can he do that?
No. Listen, hey, John Harbaugh, we're running the ball.
Yeah, that sounds like what Lamar would do. So I listen, I think the blame is on him and then the coaching. Lamar should get the blame first. He's the one who threw the interception. The best play in the world could have been called. Dude, you just said earlier, there were 3 defenders there. You don't throw that ball. You don't throw that ball. Either you are desperate or you have the kind of confidence in yourself that you should not have, because ain't nobody making that throw.
All right. So I'm going to say a couple of things. I am not saying, have not said, and will not say at any point today or any other day that Lamar Jackson played a perfect game. He did not. There was poor execution, poor decision-making in big spots in that game. I agree with that. But to say it is on him is wrong. This, to me, feels like, and we said we talked about this last week.
Ask him, and he'll say it was on him.
Because he's a team leader.
Because he knows it was on him. Just like
if something goes wrong with this show, you take blame for it, I take blame for it. We both do that.
Hey, it's something screwed up here. I did it.
Yes, Lamar, exactly.
Because you're perfection on that side. I mean, you are a goal for everyone.
Here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say it is not Lamar. Lamar played a role in the L, 1,000%. So did Zay Flowers. So did Odell Beckham Jr. So did the defense. I'm also going to say that Baltimore's inability to establish any offense, predominantly because for whatever reason they refuse to let the Gus bus roll, created a situation where the Baltimore Ravens, of the first 30 minutes of the game, they had the ball for less than 9 of them. And much like I said, in direct contrast, or I should say comparison to the Panthers this year, when your defense is playing 21 out of 30 minutes of football, they're going to run out of gas. And then you're going to run out of gas against Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce and Isaiah Pacheco and the boys in red. That's not a good spot to run out of gas. So the fact that Harbaugh and his offensive staff could not figure out run the ball, run the clock, let the offense play a little bit, let the defense catch a break is pathetic. It was a pathetic performance.
Or I mean, all that aside, whatever you think about Lamar, in the end, it came down to Andy Reid had a better game plan.
I'm not arguing.
Yeah.
All right, so this is what this is.
Not only do you have a better game plan, they were able to execute said game plan.
This is exactly what I said last week that I think aggravated you, which is you take any compliment about anybody else as an insult to that guy. I said nothing about Andy Reid. John Harbaugh's game plan sucked.
By the way, I'm not offended. I was saying I think that was the key to the victory, as close as it was, is Andy Reid. And not only did they coach a really good game offensively and defensively and special teams, because if you don't say all three, there's like some law broken.
Kickers are people too, damn it.
Yeah, that's what I hear. So I mean, it was a very good game plan. They worked out. There's so many factors in here. Yeah, I think Lamar is part of the reason, if not the main reason Baltimore lost. But the main reason Kansas City won, I believe, is coaching, and also they've been there before a bunch of times,
right? No,
which bothers a bunch of people. But when you have that experience and you've been there, then the pressure's not on you, the nerves are not on you, and I think that Lamar got a case of the nerves.
So this is what I said 10 minutes ago when I opened the conversation about this game. The nuance gets lost, right? Everybody wants to say, this is the thing, this is the reason. And there are games where there is the one reason, right? Luka Doncic scoring 72 is the reason that the Mavs won that game. Kobe scoring 81. There are reasons where a running back popping off for 175 and 2 touchdowns is the reason that team won. But in this game, Andy Reid was a big part of the reason the Chiefs won. Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Isaiah Pacheco, reasons the Chiefs won. There are reasons the Ravens lost. John Harbaugh's game plan was, to me, the biggest reason. Their lack of ability to run the ball and Lamar's few bad decisions are all reasons. There's nuance to this conversation. We're going to talk about these two.
And Taylor
games.
Swift is greater than Jim Harbaugh.
I got to tell you, last night, after the game was over, I should say yesterday afternoon, after the game was over, when Jason made his way down to the field to go celebrate with his bro, what did Tay-Tay do? She took 5 steps back, let him have the moment. She disappeared into the crowd. She didn't want to make it about her.
Also, if you listen to the audio, she said, you're going to keep your shirt on this time, right?
We got to run to a break. We're back after this. A lot more NFC and AFC championship game breakdown. We will, at some point in this show, begin our turn our attention ahead to the Super Bowl. We are also going to talk Clemson Duke because Brad Brownell was right. That's not a sentence I've said very often on this show. It's all coming up on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Smith.
All right, guys, real quick live read, and we're coming right back. Please don't go anywhere. right, y'all. Dig, Zach. What's up, fellas? Everybody else on the stream that hasn't said anything yet. Hello. Welcome in. As always, it's exceptional to have you with us.
Exceptional day.
I have to show you something. I was driving home last night. I'll show you guys on the stream here in a minute, too. And I saw this, and I thought, I didn't know the Macho Man got into the car care business. Oh, yeah! I was so proud of myself.
Well done. I would give you the laughter it's due, but I might.
Yeah, no, it hurts too much to laugh. Yeah. I get it. I've been there.
Might have to break the cough drop rule. Oh, well. I don't know how it's going to mix with my water, but.
Water?
Water.
Water.
Daggum water.
The Rob Brown Show is on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. Welcome back, friends. I am Rob Brown. The great Lonzo on the other side of the metaphorical glass, fighting for it for you, the people. Glad to have him back. Appreciate Brandon's hard work last week and also on Thursday, my hard work last week.
Way to go, you.
Thank you. I deserve that.
I apologize for my weakened immune system.
NFC AFC championship games. We have started with the discussion about the AFC side of things.
You know what? You haven't even mentioned the taunting call and all these things that people are. I heard Amy Lawrence had their Baltimore affiliate, our Odyssey's Baltimore affiliate, on, and it was bogus calling. I mean, it was Homer radio, which is fine. I mean, you know, if that's your when you shove the guy's shoulder down, then you spin the ball, you stare at him. He probably said something that we all didn't hear what he said because he looked like he was talking. It's it's classic taunting, and I think Baltimore lost it a couple times as far as they came in saying they were going to be physical against the Chiefs, by the way, which was disrespectful because obviously it got back to them.
Disrespect.
Because they came in and played hard and they were not prepared. I mean, there were some hits that were what I come to expect from Baltimore, cheap and usually stuff they get away with. And now all of a sudden, you know, you get flagged for something, which was obviously a taunting, and you get the refs love the Chiefs and all that kind of stuff. I am starting something you mentioned last week. I am starting to, you were right to a degree. I'm starting to feel some of the hate that the Patriots felt.
Yeah, you should.
Without the cheating.
You should.
Without the cheating. So
the taunting call,
I guess that comes with being a dynasty, and there's no way of getting around saying that the Chiefs are a dynasty right now. The thing they could lose in 2 weeks, and this could be the last year of the dynasty, but it's definitely a dynasty.
Yes, I don't think anybody's going to argue that. You don't need to dunk on all of America, Lonzo. We all understand that. We're watching too.
I'm dunking on the people who need it.
Here's what I'll say about the taunting penalty. Zay Flowers was the definition of a meltdown. Okay. You had a couple of drops in there. You had the touchdown that wasn't, followed by him injuring his hand, I guess, punching the ground, which I've done the research. You're going to lose that fight every time.
They said he was punching the bench and got it, but if you watched, he hit his face mask on his helmet.
Attaboy.
Yeah.
Attaboy.
And those can, have some edges on them.
The only thing dumber than hurting your hand by punching another man wearing a helmet is punching your own helmet. All right. But here's what I will say, because I was curious about that as well. I saw the defensive back after Zay Flowers came down with the ball as he was kind of turning to get up. His leg, and I'm not saying this was intentional, but his leg was between the defensive back's torso and arm, and it was like kind of wedged in there. So when he twisted to get up, his leg went to turn with him, and because it was between the DB's arm and torso, I think he thought that the Kansas City DB was like trying to kind of like twist his leg a little bit, and I think he got mad about that. Like, I think when he went to spin and get up and his leg didn't come with him, that's when he pushed the guy into the ground, and I think he would have gotten away with that. It was the ball spin that did him in.
Yeah, I agree, but your whole explanation sounded like Draymond Green trying to explain why he did what he did to get suspended for the latest suspension.
I don't. I think it's...
I was just trying to step over him, and I started to fall, and I stepped down, and his chest was there. It was not intentional. I was just trying not to fall.
I think if you go back and watch it, you'll see what I'm talking about. It was quick, and it was because it was the first thing after play. It felt to me like a second man gets the flag. To me, I don't know that an official would have seen what I saw in real time, because it wasn't until like the second replay, because it was the flag, and then it was Romo breaking it down, and he's like, "Oh, it's the ball spin, Jim. It's the ball spin." And they showed it again, and I think his leg got caught up. It was, again, not intentional. I don't think it was Kansas City's DB trying to hit the twist on him. I think his leg just got caught because the Kansas City receiver had his hands on the ground and was, I think, about to try to get up. The leg got caught, and when Zay Flowers spun to get up and his leg was caught in there, it's reasonable, and especially in the heat of that moment, to think, oh, this dude held onto my leg to twist it, to try to keep me from getting up. And the reaction, if somebody tries to hurt you, is to react like Zay Flowers did. It was a dumb move in the moment, but at the same time, it's not a move in the moment that I'm like, oh, it ruined him the game. It cost him the game. That 15 yards was big, but I don't think it was Zay Flowers being dirty over the top. I think it was a dumb, emotional move from a guy that thought that another guy was trying to injure
And see,
him.
here's the thing. Whoever said, I don't know who said that we're going to hit Patrick Mahomes because people were afraid to hit Patrick Mahomes before the game. Whoever said it, they're responsible for all the chippiness that happened in the entire game, including before the game started with the conflict with the kicker and all that stuff, which was hilarious, by the way. But they started all this stuff.
If somebody did that to your kicker, Lonzo, you would have been furious.
Get out of the way.
You'd have been furious.
He was over there on purpose to try to be disruptive. The kicker was, because you send the kicker, because who's going to be mad at the kicker? That was
always a conspiracy. It's always a work.
That was just tomfoolery, man. That's
always
all that was.
A work.
But anyway, whoever said that, and I don't know who said it because I didn't hear it till after the game had started, because I've been basically comatose. They're the ones who started all the. There shouldn't have been this kind of chippiness before the game started. If you don't say that stuff, then tensions are not what they are. They're going to be high because it's an important football game. But there was already that stuff before the game started, and whoever said they were going to hit Mahomes, they come out. I mean, if someone comes and says they're going to take out our boss and they're going to hit, we're going to fight for our boss. That's what we're going to do. And that's what they did. So whoever said it, they're the reason for all the problems that Baltimore had.
All right, here's what I'm going to go with. If you don't think Patrick Mahomes gets calls, and I am not, there were calls deserved. The shot to the hat, got to call that. But Patrick Mahomes gets calls. He's a superstar.
Yeah.
Superstars get calls.
They do.
And so I think the point was a fire up moment of we're not going to play him any different than we do any other quarterback. I think that was a we're not afraid of this guy moment. And on top of that, if you're going to give this is what I have said should be the strategy against guys like LeBron in the NBA, against Steph Curry. If you're going to give him the call, then I'm going to wreck him. If you're going to give that guy calls, then I am going to hit the boat out of him. I'm going to knock him in the dirt. If you're going to give him 15 when we breathe on him, then I'm going to end this cat today, right? Like that's the strategy against the guy who gets calls. He's going to get 15 anyway, so why not make him earn it the hard way? Now, I will say I absolutely believe that if the script was flipped on Zoe's kicker and if Mark Andrews would have came down and picked up his helmet and tee and ball and chunked him out of the back of the end zone, Lonzo would have lost his mind.
I would have laughed then like I laughed.
No,
on
you
this.
wouldn't have.
You are not me. You're not in my heart. You're not in my mind. You're not in my soul. If you were, you'd find
You're in my heart. You're in my soul.
So you'd find it's an impure place, but I wish it wasn't.
When I grow old.
Man, Rod Stewart.
That's
why I'm annoyed.
There he goes.
Overrated.
What?
Overrated. Oh, it's horrible. I mean, anyway.
What a terrible take.
No, it's not.
What a terrible take.
It's not. I'm not alone in my take.
Talking about
Rod Stewart should never have been. I mean, it's more proof that right place, right time.
What are we talking about here?
Come on. Bonnie Raitt could have sang anything that he sang. Anyone with a rusky voice could sing anything. Joe Cocker could have sang anything that he sang. But Joe Cocker ugly. So and Rod Stewart apparently is not.
Right, this is the type of off the rails stuff that happens on a Monday. All right. Yeah, so to wrap up the AFC, that's not true. We're going to talk about it a lot today. The takeaway from the game here for me is it is, frankly, I think, respectfully, a lazy take to say it's Lamar's fault. Lamar did it. I think there needs to be blame on Harbaugh. That would be the Baltimore version, not the Los Angeles version. I think there needs to be blame on the defensive coordinator as well.
Yeah, I thought that was the best defense in football. That's what I was told.
Dude, they held you to 17
many
points.
times. Yeah. Who doesn't?
17 points by the way, most NFL games.
By the way, who doesn't? I mean, Kansas
Buffalo.
City. Well, there's that, isn't there?
I think I look at this and honestly say, if you walked away from that game saying to yourself, this is Lamar Jackson's fault, I think it's a bad take. I think it's fair to leave that game and go, this is partially Lamar Jackson's fault. I think it is fair to say it is partially on Lamar. He made some bad decisions down the stretch, but I also, as I do with other quarterbacks as well, Josh Allen included, I think you have to take into consideration the context of the situation and what the mistakes were made in. At that point in the game, it was very, very clear that two things were happening. Number one, Baltimore was not running the ball, had not established the run, and was down 7. It was too late to establish the run. And number two, and again, this is why I implore you to watch the All-22 cam. I beg you to watch the All-22 cam of games. Beg you. If you watch the All-22 cam, I would like you to tell me on that play or on any other exactly who the hell Lamar was supposed to throw the ball to. When guys were getting open, including Odell Beckham Jr., who had that big 4th down conversion catch.
Wait, he played in that game yesterday?
He did. You guys would have put that game away 7 minutes earlier if it wasn't for that 4th down conversion.
He had like one catch or two?
He had two.
Okay.
He had two. One on a 4th down conversion and one when Lamar was getting run down by 3 dudes.
Is that money well spent? Because, I mean, well, first of all, he went there He went there to win a Super Bowl.
OBJ was never coming there to be anything more than a third wide receiver, a clutch wide receiver.
Okay,
He clutched up yesterday. When guys were open, Lamar hit him. And you got to give a lot of credit to the Chiefs. The defensive line absolutely.
And when guys weren't open, he still tried to hit them. Like when there were 3 guys standing.
Yeah,
around.
because he had 3. I'm watching the replays right now. He's got 3 Chiefs in his face every down. His offensive line deserves more blame than Lamar.
That was we heard many times the best team in football. Baltimore Ravens, the best team in football. They did have the better record. True. Okay. Hey, I just. For the first time in a long time since the Derek Thomas era, I am actually able to say the Chiefs have a good defense, and
Chiefs have a very good defense.
And that's so weird.
Something that I said last week on the show. This is going to be the biggest test that Lamar and the Ravens faced all year because the Chiefs have a very good defense. They harassed that man yesterday. And he just had nowhere to go. Again, the triple coverage INT was the worst thing Lamar Jackson did all day. And by the way, if he throws
there was a strip fumble too.
That's not on Lamar.
Well,
I mean, it is. He held the ball too long. But again,
I mean, you gotta sense that coming if you're an elite quarterback.
If guys aren't open, what do? I swear
you do what one of your strengths are. You tuck it and run. That's what you do.
Frustration level's getting through the roof because it is the same conversation we had about Bryce. Oh, it was supposed to be like he's got nowhere to go and a spy on him. Everybody was run the ball. Look at that play where he got strip sacked. There's a linebacker.
So you're saying Lamar Jackson is as bad as Bryce Young? And that's ridiculous. That's,
now you're doing it intentionally.
Out of all the takes that you've ever had, that's pretty bad.
Is that what I said, or did I say it was a similar situation?
People hear what they hear.
Yeah, they're wrong. You're wrong. They're wrong. Everybody's wrong but me. I had a point. I had a real good point. I'll tell you what it is when we come back on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
His point was that he had a point. And by the time it's time to point out the point, he will forget what the point was. Because Lonzo is disruptive.
Look at Chris Jones going with the slick suit for his post-game interview on SVP.
Hey, it looks good.
It does.
That's how a big man should rock that. I mean, it's a good color, too.
Kobe. I got into a headbutting contest with a fiance yesterday because she bought into the Super Bowl is rigged stuff.
You mean like Frank? What's up, Frank?
Over here. What's up, Frank?
So the other 3 Super Bowls that the Chiefs were in, Taylor Swift was not dating Travis Kelce. Why'd they get in those years? I don't know. CMC is dating someone famous.
Yes.
Yeah, something Copo.
I thought he was married.
No. Olivia Copo or something. I think she's a singer.
Okay.
I just saw a video.
I thought he was married for some reason.
She's a model and actress. Okay. I know I'd heard of her before.
They're engaged.
See? I mean.
I don't know why I thought he was married.
But she's not like the most famous woman on the planet. So, I mean, she's famous, but she's not
the most popular person on earth.
She's not Taylor Swift famous.
I made a meme.
All right, what are the odds I make it through Sports Flash without coughing? That's
you want me to do it?
No.
Sure.
Challenge, dude. It's my job. I'm here.
Fresh coconuts, palm trees, and wind. It's like catching waves in heat. Actually, I just talked myself into a refreshing spritz of heat. My allspice is missing! No! From the Ingalls Market Studio, The Bang.
Upstate, 97.7 FM Greenville, 97.1 FM Spartanburg.
From the Free Odyssey app, CBS Sports Radio. Listen on the Odyssey app. Search the Fan Upstate.
You know,
You miss me and my kid.
the great one showed back up today, and I was like, man, I'm so glad to have you back. I missed you. I'm glad you're back in the saddle. And Lonzo said, I'm afraid I've got some bad news. And here we are. Frank said on the stream, there was no way they weren't putting Taylor Swift in the Super Bowl. She generates too much money for the NFL and the Kansas City Chiefs. And there was a very interesting thing that took place on the internet that started a hot debate amongst the commenters on Instagram and between my fiance and I yesterday. There was a post that went around of a young lady who went to a grocery store, and she saw in said grocery store cookie cake. You a cookie cake guy?
I mean, it's not really a cake. It's a cookie.
It is a cookie, but it's cookie cake.
It's a giant cookie.
But it's cookie cake.
It's a cookie. So yeah, I'm good.
But they
with
dress
cookies.
it up like a cake.
It's still. The cake, I think, has to be at least a couple inches thick
Does it? Sheet cake?
to make it. Well, no, those are sheet cake or
It's like barely.
it's like at least an inch and a half
Point
for
here
a
is,
sheet cake.
as birthday cakes go, cookie cake towards the top.
A sheet cake might as well be a brownie. I mean,
It's fair. All right. So there was a lady that went to a grocery store. In this grocery store had out cookie cakes. And you know how you can put like the sugar screen print logo stuff on it? They had one on there that was it said championship game, because you can't use the NFL's terms when you're doing promotions.
but we can because we're carrying it.
Super Bowl.
Yeah, we can do that because you can hear it right here exclusively in the Upstate on the Fan Upstate.
Super Bowl. All right. So the cake, the cookie cake that was out said championship game. And on it, it had the logos for the Baltimore Ravens and the San Francisco 49ers. And this lady said, they just want you to believe that it's not fixed. Now, this came before the games got played. She said this, they want you to believe that the fix isn't in. And my fiance found it. She showed it to me. She goes, see, I told you they rig it. I told you.
It's not the only, there are other like advertising things and stuff that had that out there. So yeah.
So she said, I told you it's rigged. And I said, it's not though. I said, I've made the argument for years. We have fun with it. I have fun with it, but it's not rigged. There's too many people that have to get involved, and it would all fall apart if one person ran their mouth. Okay. It's just too big of a conspiracy theory.
Yeah. And have you seen, the X or Facebook or Instagram or whatever, these players, they ain't staying that quiet.
So what I loved was that about 45 minutes later, another video popped up. Now that video was from a couple of days ago, and right about 45 minutes before kickoff, another video popped up, and I'll find it because I want to give the guy credit, but it's a dude who decided, you know what, I'm going to deep dive this. And he pulled from the First Lady's video. He zoomed in on the barcode of the cake, and he found out where the cake came from, and he found out it was from a grocery store chain in Texas. And so then he found that grocery store chain And he was able to somehow use like GeoGuessr to find out the store that she was in. He like saw something through the window with the video and he's like, okay, I GeoGuessed and I found that building across the street from this grocery store. So it's this one. So then he went to that grocery store and he called the manager and he's like, yo, where'd this cake came from? And the manager said, actually, here's what happened. What happened was we gave the printing job to create the little graphic that we were going to put on these cookie cakes. We gave it to like an intern or something, and they just screwed it up. They just got it wrong. They just put the wrong teams down and sent it in. Not only do we have that cake, but then she sent the guy a picture of the cakes with every possible combination on them because they sent the first ones, got it wrong, sent them back, had to get another one, got that one wrong because they got the other two teams, and then they had the actual AFC and NFC championship games cakes made after that. She's like, it's a goof. Here's a picture of literally all our cookies with all the different matchups because it was a screw up. It's not a conspiracy. And then my fiance, who I love and adore and is the smartest person I've ever met, looks at me and she goes, that's how they cover it up. And I was like, oh no. Oh no.
See, you talked about the kind of research that this guy did and was able to track all that down, and they still can't figure out who left the cocaine in the White House.
I have news for you about the number of people that you know that do cocaine. It's a lot. It's a lot. It literally could have been anybody. It's a lot of people.
It's illegal and you should all go to jail. But anyway, in the end, I don't care because I don't, whatever.
My point here is
I thought it was funny.
My point here is you're not keeping that cover. You were not keeping a grand conspiracy to rig the world's second biggest league. You're not doing that.
I hope the NFL continues with the script commercials with Michael Key, and they actually have really good commercials for the NFL in the Super Bowl every year. I hope they finish out the story that they started earlier in the year.
Finish the story. All right. Speaking of finish the
I'm
story,
pointing to the sign right now.
We'll talk some. Right. We got to hang our sign. It's WrestleMania season. I think, where do we put it? We put it up there. We got to have a sign to point to on the stream.
Well, yeah. I'm pointing to the clock.
We'll put it up there. All right. We got to take a break. When we come back in hour number 2, we got your water cooler cheat sheet, top 3 sports stories that you need to know before you get to work and start talking sports. We got to talk college basketball. Brad Brownell and the Tigers, the hardest working man in show business. Lamont Paris and the Gamecocks got another big win. It's all coming up in hour 2. Coming up right now is Lonzo tapping the sign, clocking in, playing like a champion with the Sports Flash.
Struggle is real, yo. The NFL championship game is set after a pair of intense conference championships. San Francisco 49ers ended the Lions' Cinderella story yesterday, defeating Detroit 34-21. The Lions led at halftime 24-7, but San Francisco scored 17 unanswered to open the second half. Brock Purdy threw for 267 yards and a touchdown, and Christian McCaffrey ran for 90 yards and 2 scores. Detroit had chances late, but a pair of unsuccessful fourth down efforts doomed the Lions. Clemson football has grabbed another big recruit to bolster the 2025 class. Ari Watford is considered the 3rd best defensive end in the country and picked the Tigers over offers from Ohio State and others. Tune in Wednesday at 6:30 as Furman takes on the Citadel. All right, I did it without coughing, but sorry it was disjointed and monotone. Oh, she did, Zach. Was it Jordan Grace, I think? That girl, I'd heard about her before, but watching when she came out, I was like, whoa. Imagine her versus Rhea Ripley. I don't think she was still in there when Jade came out, though.
job on ZipRecruiter. Get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Hey everybody, it's Boomer Esiason here, and eBay Motors has everything you need to keep your ride or die alive. From superchargers, brakes, exhaust kits, and more with over 122.
I was also surprised, Zach, that she lasted as long as she did. Now the question is, does Bailey get screwed over and then decide to go after someone other than Rhea?
Whatever your morning sounds like, Nature Made fits right in. Whether you're looking for vitamin C or multivitamin.
It was Jordan Grace, right? Zach
Yes.
mentioned.
And she was good.
Yeah.
She put on a show.
Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements. Now, CBS.
I think the worst match of the whole thing was Fatal 4-Way. Because the ending. It's just so typical now. Solo interferes and Roman wins.
I mean, you can't have Cody beat anybody but Roman at this point, in my opinion. It's
I
not the same
disagree, but nobody else does apparently. So you're probably right. Very disappointed in Kofi though. I mean,
I didn't get my spot.
yeah, it's just, and I don't know that he failed.
Kind of felt
this
like the end of
year.
an era.
Yeah,
Because he did he get hurt last year trying to do something?
I think so. Smith and James, the first break.
M4. And away we go, ladies and gentlemen. The second hour of the Rob Brown Show, the Money Hour, starts right now. It is the Fan Upstate. I am Rob Brown. Back from the metaphorical dead is the great one, Lonzo.
I don't know. I was pretty close to that. I mean, I saw ghosts.
I will simply say, per the stories, I'm just glad you're here. And by here, I mean alive, honestly.
Per the stories, parts of me are glad I'm here.
Yeah. I won't tell y'all what that means. Just know the fact that the great one is here. I don't know, minor miracle, maybe. I'll simply say I'd have called in. I'm in here coming up on March 1st. Will be 4 years I have been at the saddle here at the station. 4 years I have planted my rear end on this chair. 4 years. I have more jokes. I'll leave them there. 4 years I've been here. I've called in I think 2 days. And it's not a bragging point. People, if you're sick, stay home. It's okay. All right. There's no award. There's no recognition. This is an elementary school for perfect attendance. If you're sick, stay home.
By the way, I had a fever and I had no voice. So
It does make
yeah.
radio tough.
But it's mostly about the fever. They tell you if you have a fever. Yeah. Don't come and work with a fever, people.
Yeah. Stay home. I can tell you right now, per the stories that I got from the great one earlier, I'd have taken 1 more day or 2 or 5. I don't know. But he's here. All right. He's here. He's here. He's grinding. He's pushing through the pain. He tapped the sign. He checked in. He's playing like a champion today. We got a lot that we need to get to over the course of the show. Not the least of which is your opinions on cookie cake versus birthday cake. I am very pro cookie cake. I'm a big, big fan of the cookie cake. To me, when it is the Rob Brown birthday, I squarely on team cookie cake.
See, I go cheesecake.
I love a good cheesecake. For the record, cheesecake has grown on me because I used to not be a cheesecake guy. I don't know if it's like an acquired taste or it's one of those your taste buds change as you age. Love a good cheesecake, but if it is the Rob Brown birthday, I want to. And here's the thing: it's got to be a good cookie cake because I've had some bad cookie cakes. It's got to be the cookie cake when you pick it up, like a good piece of bacon, needs to bend down. It needs to kind of fall under its own weight. Like a good moist cookie cake is untouchable. It's untouchable. Good birthday cake, top notch. Good cheesecake, top notch. But a well-done cookie cake is just, it's next level.
I will say, as far again, my preference is still cheesecake, but if you have to pick between cookie cake and regular cake, cookie cake is gone quicker than a regular cake.
For sure.
Yeah.
It's more
there's
convenient.
There's something in your brain that says it's okay. I can eat more because it's basically I'm eating a couple cookies.
Yeah. A healthy slice of cookie cake is like 5 cookies. Like treat yourself. It's a handful of cookies. I think the other part is it's the easiest cake to eat. Right? No utensils needed. It's the easiest cake. You just cut. You don't have to cut it. You can just grab a piece by your hand. It'll break right off. And whatever size breaks off, that's the appropriate size for that moment in time. I will also tell you that since it is just after 7 o'clock in the morning, I will also tell you that you are less than an hour away, if you've got one of those standard 8 to 5ers, that you got to get clocked in. And then, if you're a normal person, you'll be looking ahead to that first break, that first 10-minute cool-off period where you walk down to the water cooler and you know you're going to meet your friends down there, and they're going to say, did you see what happened last night? Did you hear the news? And you're going to say, yes, I did, because I listened to the Rob Brown show, and they did this.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying,
"Hoo, hoo, 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 hoo."
Take their first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
It is the water cooler cheat sheet, the 3 top stories that you need to know before you get to the office and start talking sports with your friends, with your coworkers. Let us begin with our item number 1. I really am good at this job. You just got to let me warm up. It's Monday. All right, get off me. Ladies and gentlemen, your Super Bowl, and yes, we can say it, because we are your home for Super Bowl radio play-by-play, has been set. Representing the AFC will once again be Patty P, Andy Reid, and the KC Chiefs. That's pretty good. I dropped a bar right there. 17-10 winners over Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens. Lamar, 20 of 37, 272, a touch and a pick. The pick was real bad. Outside of that, not an awful day. Here's the big number you need to know. 81. That's the number of rushing yards the Baltimore Ravens were able to put up against Kansas City. They were, coming into this game, the number 1 rushing attack in the National Football League. But for whatever reason, they decided they needed to throw it 37 times and run it 20. And by the way, run it 16. And by the way, 8 of those were Lamar Jackson rushes. Probably 4 of them were designed. The other 4 were escapes, right? So if you really do the number, you're talking about a dozen designed rushes. Gus Edwards had 3. By the way, on the 3 he carried, he averaged 6.7 yards per carry, but they ran it 3 times. Zay Flowers ran it twice. Justice Hill ran it 3. Justice Hill ran it as many times as Gus Edwards did.
Who's Justice Hill?
Right. Exactly the point. The Chiefs and the Ravens took away the Ravens' run game. The Chiefs made it tough to run, and then the Ravens head coach and offensive coordinator coached like absolute cowards.
It sucks.
It was bad. It was real bad. Now, you're going to hear a lot of people want to dunk on Lamar. It's his fault. It's playoff Lamar. It wasn't. It was a lack of a run game. It was an exhausted defense that just couldn't get it done. On the flip side, because Lamar played into the narrative, even though he didn't, a guy who did play into the narrative, and it worked, was Patrick Mahomes. 30 of 39, 241, and a touchdown. That went to Travis Kelce, as did 116 yards of offense. Travis Kelce leads all receivers in this game, and if you listen to Bet for the Cycle on the BetQL Network every Saturday, you heard on Saturday me say Travis Kelce is going to lead all receivers in this game. His over-under on receiving yardage was 65. I said hammer the over. I did. Not only did I say hammer the over, but I said hammer the alt over. Go over 75. Bump it up way into plus money. He ends up with 116 and a touchdown on the day. Isaiah Pacheco, 24 carries, 68 yards, and a touchdown as well. The Chiefs only ran for 89 rushing yards. The difference was they were able to run late in the game, but consistently throughout, whereas the Ravens played like cowards in the face of the Chiefs defense, and the Chiefs made them pay.
Is there ever a time where you just come out and say, this team won because they won?
Yes, but again, there's 22 guys on the field, right? There is not a play that is only because of one guy, one unit, or one team. If you take any given play,
I don't know. When D Ford jumped off sides and then Kansas City didn't, they lost that game to that guy who's the lead commentator for Fox now.
Nobody else for the Chiefs did anything wrong.
You blame that one guy.
Nobody else did anything wrong.
Well, everyone else blamed that one guy.
Right. But you understand, you asked me a question, and the answer
all
is,
right. So
in that game, did anybody else do anything wrong?
When the New Orleans Saints didn't get that call from the referee.
Worst call in the history of the National Football League.
One guy did that.
The Saints had multiple other chances to score touchdowns. We're still in a position to win.
What?
Still in a position to win.
Okay. All
Drew
right.
Brees still could have scored on that drive. But I'm not saying bad things don't happen that heavily influence the
I'm
game.
just pointing out that that's how the common fan thinks.
Here's what it is. What Lonzo
and
wants,
I'm not saying that the common fan is wrong. Oh, I'm going to remember what you just said
Lonzo
forever.
wants and what the Kansas City fans wants is for all of us to fall prone to the ground and express the perfection and greatness that is Kansas City.
Listen, man, I cannot go full heel here because my body will not allow it. But I embrace the heel. I'm okay with it. I could be what you guys say the Chiefs are. I could be that guy. I could absolutely be that guy, and I will have fun with it. I'm not that guy, though.
Call in right now and just tell Lonzo that his team is perfect. They've never done anything wrong.
See, so you're saying that I've asked for that, and I have not.
I'm saying
we just want equal treatment.
That
Rob,
you're saying,
people like you and Zach and guys like that. I'm not being specific with the Zach because we have like 15 of them. It's the Chiefs and the script and the refs love this guy, whatever. The refs loved Michael Jordan. The refs love LeBron James. When you're the best, you get certain treatment. That's just how that happens.
Okay, so why do you get offended when people say it? I don't understand.
Because I want people to be better. And, if people could get beyond that and think with a broader mind.
The haters.
Exactly. With their hater tots.
They like to drink their haterade and eat their hater tots.
which I did. I had tater tots this morning. I didn't have hater tots because
You had tater tots for breakfast?
I always have tater tots for
Attaboy.
breakfast.
Attaboy.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not mad about that at all.
Yeah.
You put anything on them? Ketchup guy
No.
in the morning?
Do
you have tater tots or hash browns? Those are different things.
All right, Rob. I know the difference between tater tots and hash browns.
So you had tater tots, but nothing on them? Just dry tots?
Can I finish?
Just raw dog tater tots?
Can I finish? All right. Every morning, I have 10 tater tots, 1 egg, and a half of an English muffin. So
half of a muffin
because calorie count.
Oh,
yes,
gotcha.
That's exactly 300 calories.
Gotcha.
So, but yeah. So I will dip my tots in egg yolk. There.
I don't know how I feel about it.
Okay.
Not saying it's bad. Not saying it's good. Saying I don't know how I feel about it.
Okay.
Egg tater tot. Well, I mean, I guess I do it with hash browns. I guess it's pretty much the same thing. Okay, I'm good with it.
You just wanted me to say I put ketchup on it, and I don't.
No, it's just I was genuinely curious.
I will put part of the egg on the half of the English muffin.
That checks out.
Yeah,
I can do with that.
Okay, all right.
D Love says tater tots for breakfast. What in the college freshman bro diet? Over on the other side, the 49ers knock off the Lions 34-31. Brock Purdy
was actually him in like the second half. First half was a little shaky. Second half, when he runs, he's pretty fast.
He's like surprisingly quick.
When Patrick Mahomes runs, it looks clumsy. Okay.
It really does.
Yeah.
It's like the top half of his body doesn't move.
It just doesn't look right.
No.
But Purdy, when he runs, it's like, whoa, that dude is fast.
He's quick. 48 rushing yards on 5 carries for Brock Purdy. Here's what I'll say. I spent all last week going. I think that Brock Purdy is the 4th best quarterback out of this group. I think he's the 4th best quarterback out of this group. I think Brock Purdy is carried by elite skill position talent around him. McCaffrey, Debo, Ayuk. I think he's Kittle. I think he's carried by elite talent around him. And for the record, I still believe that. Okay? McCaffrey going for 90 and 2 tutties on the ground. Elijah Mitchell bulldogging his way in for the last one. That's being carried by elite talent. Debo playing bruised up. 8 grabs, 89 yards. Ayuk 3 for 68, including a 51-yarder that bounced off a dude's face. If that ball doesn't bounce off a dude's face and Ayuk have the ball control and concentration to bring it in, that ball, which probably, by the way, should have been intercepted, that should have been a pick. That ball not getting caught by Ayuk, we may be having a different discussion today. We may be talking about the Cinderella story coming true for the Lions. Brock Purdy was good. But much like I'm not going to say you can't hang the L on the neck of Lamar, you can't hang the dub on the neck of Brock Purdy. He played well. He played well enough to win, but McCaffrey and Mitchell and Ayuk and Debo and Juszczyk, that big catch Juszczyk had was a game-changing catch.
So you're saying Purdy managed the game well.
He managed it perfectly. He was a perfect game manager. Perfect game manager.
Except like most game managers, unlike most game managers, he actually could run.
Yeah, he ran well.
I think the majority of game managers cannot run.
He ran real well. Honestly, somebody made the point last week after we had that discussion. Somebody texted the show and was like, Rob, it feels to me like the difference between manager and changer is the ability to run. I don't think it is. Because Manning's a game changer. Breeze is a game changer. Brady was a game changer. None of those guys had elite running skills.
All right. None of them could run at all. I mean, let's
Drew Brees was sneaky elusive in the pocket. Not slippery. Not could run, but was very slippery.
All right. Brady was the worst out of all.
Brady was a statue. But that's not how we beat you, right? We got some other things we need to get to. Let's get to item number 2. We went real long there. Point is, Niners chefs in the dance. Adam Silver is the commissioner of the National Basketball Association, and he will stay that for a rather long time. The NBA commissioner finalizing a contract with the NBA's Board of Governors that will give an extension to him until the next decade. This year will be Adam Silver's 10th year on the job. He replaced David Stern back in 2014. And to be honest with you, I think Adam Silver is the best commissioner in the national. Excuse me. Let me say that again. I think Adam Silver is the best commissioner in American professional sports. I really do.
Nah, it's Goodell.
No, it's not Roger Goodell. I just got the new name. It's Roger Goodell. That's what we go with now. That's what I go with now. Point here, Adam Silver. I think very
no way
good
you
commissioner.
ever do that the same twice.
Doesn't matter. Gets the point across. Silver's tenure has included the introduction to the play-in tournament. I love it. He has introduced the legalized sports betting angle of the NBA. I love it. I will tell you right now, some of you are going to hate it. I don't care. Adam Silver navigated the COVID-19 pandemic, I think, better than any other commissioner did. I think Adam Silver acted quickly, acted intelligently, and put together in the bubble in Orlando the most entertaining NBA product possible. Go back to that. I know it was 100 years ago.
A lot of people hated that, and they say that the Lakers championship during that year doesn't count.
Yes, they do. Deck and I have this conversation all the time. They went in the bubble, and I thought it was great. They introduced the VR fan experience, right? So they at least had projected images of fans.
They copied wrestling.
Sure. And they did it great. Actually, no, I think they did it before wrestling. I think it was before the Thunderdome. Remember the first couple of months in WWE, it was just the dudes in a ring. Either way, however it came about, I genuinely think Silver did a great job with the pandemic. Obviously, there's been some scandal, the Donald Sterling thing, the Robert Sarver thing, the political backlash because they let the NBA players utilize the on-the-court time as a place to platform their message, the Daryl Morey Hong Kong tweet. There was a lot of criticism about Adam Silver. And I will say, it is fair to bring the hammer down on Adam Silver for those topics. But top to bottom, the NBA, I think, is as good as it has been in a very long time. And I think it is because of Adam Silver. I really do. Now, I was going to go item number 3 here, but I'll tell you what I'd like to do. What I would like to do is hold it till the next segment. And I would like to hold it to the next segment because there are a bunch of losers in the world of sports that I would very much like to audibly elbow drop Macho Man Randy Savage style.
All right, I don't know what this is, but you were eyeballing me like when you said loser.
Oh, no, because you're going to like this.
Oh, okay.
You're going to like this a lot. When we come back, Rob's biggest losers of the weekend. And it's not like losers because they lost the game. They're just losers. And I'll tell you who it is when we come back on the Rob Brown Show with the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, got a live read right here. Please stay right there, and we will come right back. All right, dudes and dudettes, thanks for hanging in there. I agree. Listen, I'm not saying Lamar doesn't get part of the blame. He absolutely does. What I'm saying is when I turned on the radio and I heard hosts across the country going, that's Lamar, that's playoff Lamar, I don't like that take, man. I don't like that take. I think it's a bad take. I think if the only thing you got from that was it was on Lamar, I don't know what to tell you. You're wrong. He was absolutely part of it. I don't think I nor anyone else will argue with that. We got a bad Parker?
Doesn't look like a normal delivery. That's a huge symbol.
America's low-fee crypto trading platform. Take advantage of zero funding fees, fast trading, plus a $25 credit with code NFL2024. Netcoins. Crypto investing made easy. Download the app at netcoins.com.
Dan Scott here inviting you to join Tom Boy and me for all the action of Carmen basketball. You'll hear all the action here on the Fan Upstate on 97.7 up in Greenville, 97.1 in Spartanburg, and online in the Odyssey app. Search for Fan Upstate.
Sound off for the text line.
71307. Keyword.
I have a biggest loser from the sports weekend. I've never done that before. I'm not a mean person, okay? I don't like conflict. I'm not a mean person. I don't like to call people losers. You have to hit a pretty deep level of loserdom before I'll call you a loser because I believe in redemption stories, right? Draymond Green's a loser. Happy to call him that. He did it again. Happy to call people losers when they earn it. I am going to call the Texas Longhorns and the BYU administration my biggest losers from the weekend. Texas was on the road at BYU in a college shooty hoop games this weekend. Now, you will remember there was a bit of a dust up about a week ago because Rodney Terry, the head coach of Texas, started calling players for the UCF Golden Knights, a team that had just defeated the Texas Longhorns in basketball, classless. Why did he call them classless? Because they had the audacity, publicly, embarrassingly, with great vulgarity and no shame, to flash the horns down signal. All right? As we all know, that is, Lonzo, I believe, against the Geneva Conventions and a hate crime.
Possibly. Could be that.
Pretty bad.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the UN has to get involved.
I mean, you got to hide your children's eyes.
Yeah.
To kind of look like, because if you look at it, you acknowledge it.
If Janet Jackson would have shown the horns downside instead of a booby, TV would have been canceled for America forever.
You sound like Bobby Boucher when you said that.
Well, The Longhorns went on the road. They went to go play BYU. And BYU has a pretty good student section. They call it the ROC, R-O-C, the Roar of Cougars. All right, it's not a great name, but it's not bad. There's worse.
Jets backup quarterback probably loves that place.
Yeah, there's worse. So, across the front of the BYU ROC were 9 BYU students, all wearing white T-shirts. And across those T-shirts, in bold blue letters, Lonzo, were the words, "Horns down." Again, the shame, the next generation of children are clearly lost.
Well, they don't want people bringing clarinets and oboes and things like that and interrupting a basketball game.
No. Not those kind of horns.
Oh, okay.
They also had a band. No.
Oh, all right.
Literally, the shirt said, "Horns down." That's it. So, were
there any horns on the shirt?
Just the words "horns down."
Okay.
The shirts just said "horns down." In fact, if you would like, because I am a giver, I'll show the picture on the stream right now. Facebook.com/thefanupstate, Twitter.com/thefanupstate, Twitch or YouTube by searching The Rob Brown Show. Here, great one, is the picture. It literally is 9 kids in the front row. Well, now my Zoom is going bananas, but there you have it right there in the front row.
Oh, it's each one has a letter on their shirt type thing. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
It is literally just white shirts that say in blue letters, "Horns down," across the front.
And they actually were sitting in the right order.
Yeah.
That's a
they
good thing.
spelled it right and everything. They didn't go Shorn Wadner, right? I've seen some fat guys go tarps off with the letters on the chest and they spell the word wrong, and it's always hilarious. Nope, they spelled it right. I mean, it's pretty uniform lettering across it. It's a good effort. It's a real good effort. Well, during the first media timeout, BYU officials went to the student section and said, "We need you to take the T-shirts off." These kids not only showed up early to rock the Horns Down shirts, but they sat directly behind the Texas bench. And obviously, the words "horns down" cause great mental distress and anguish to Texas students. During the first media timeout, BYU officials walked over and asked the kids to take off the "horns down" shirt and apparently said,
"Wow,
you can remove them or we will remove you," because they did it.
So they bowed to a visiting team?
Oh, let me make it worse. Let me make it worse. Here's the words, Zoe, of BYU head basketball coach Mark Pope. Mark said, quote, "They were taken off before the game started, right? From the ROC and from our players and from our student body. That's just not us. That's not how we roll. And it was just a miscalculation on a couple of eager kids," which we love the eagerness of these fans, but that's not what we do here. That's not something that we're supporting, end quote. You soft as Charmin, you know what?
You said from the ROC? The ROC was there?
Not that the ROC.
Okay, because I mean, I don't think he would do something that soft.
Dude, what are we doing here? What are we doing? So you're telling me that you are fortunate enough to have a student section that fills up your arena. There are a lot of good basketball schools that wish they had a student section like the ROC.
Are you a better fan if you say, "No, I'm leaving the shirt on"?
No, you're probably not a fan anymore. They're probably kicking you out.
But I mean, you're standing up for your fandom if you leave the shirt on.
I'd be like, "Send me home. Tell me I can't be here. Please give me the Twitter clout by going on Twitter right now and saying my school kicked me out of a game because I had the stones to wear a shirt that has the letter H on it. Please tell me that's it. What a joke. And here's the thing. I'm obviously going to drop the elbow on Texas for being a bunch of soft-ass losers. But BYU, you're right there with them. Dude, they acted like these kids had shirts on that said, bleep Texas. If these kids showed up with shirts that said, eat horns, then I'd understand it. If these kids showed up with shirts that had the Longhorn sign, but instead they were made by two middle fingers instead of the outside fingers, then I'd understand it. But they said horns down, and their own school told them to what? Stop being mean? Get the hell over it, Texas. I'm going to tell you right now, and I mean this. I cannot wait for the Texas Longhorns to play in Athens, Georgia in a football game. I can't wait. I can't wait for the Texas Longhorns to play in Gainesville, Florida. I'm not even kidding when I tell you I want to go to that game. I want to go to the first Texas at Florida game, the first Texas at Georgia game. Hell, I have firm and full belief that the South Carolina Gamecocks might make Texas fans cry because of this crap.
Oh, yeah, they're showing up with that.
Sure. Dude, I'm going to tell you right now, I don't have a dog in the fight outside of when the Gamecocks are good, I make more money. And when the Gamecocks are good, my fiance is a happier football fan. Okay? That's my dog in the fight. I like money and my fiance. That's it. That's the whole list. That's why I pull for the Gamecocks when they're playing anybody but Clemson. When they're playing Clemson, I don't pull for anybody. Okay? Don't tell her I said that. Point here is when they come to Willie B, when they go down to Gainesville, when they're in Athens, like the Texans might cry. You are telling me that their head basketball coach, I've coached like JV middle school is the highest level I got to, and I think I've got more edge than the basketball coach at Texas. That's the highest level I've coached, and I think I have put up with more taunting than that guy did to lose his mind. And now you're telling me that BYU just rolled up into their own gym and told their own students, guys, be nice to the Texas players. Don't say horns. I'm sorry. Don't say those two words.
Well, so both words are now.
I mean, I guess when you say them together, right?
Okay. All right.
I guess when you say them together.
Well, there are other words like that you can say on the radio as long as you don't say them together.
Right.
So, okay. All right.
Right. What are we doing here? I can't wait until Texas goes to Athens and Georgia fans are like,
say hello to the bad guy.
Because they may hold the beer in one hand and the horns down in the other for a full 60, man. And I can't wait. That's unbelievable. BYU, you guys are a joke. That is awful. We have more class than that. Shut up, nerds. I got to tell you, I watched a lot go down in sports this weekend. I watched Draymond Green assault Anthony Davis.
See, I haven't seen it. I didn't realize. Again, I was out of it.
It was a hard foul, but it was a legit foul.
Okay.
Yeah, AD had the ball, seconds dying, double overtime game. AD's got the ball up here. Draymond took a swipe at it. AD moved the ball, and Draymond's hand came over the top and got AD. Like, even for me, and I can't stand Draymond Green, I was like, all right,
Are
that's
you
a
judging
hard
this
foul.
man for past crimes?
Yes, and I will forever. That's why Draymond is a loser. One of like 4 people in history that gets that tag, right? That didn't infuriate me like the BYU administration going full loser on their own students. I listened to like 90 people on different radio stations across America last night incorrectly say that L's on Lamar's neck. It's not. It wasn't. It was part on him, but not exclusively. And that made me less angry than BYU administration telling their students, guys, we have to be nice to Texas. Bleep Texas. Screw them. If you can't handle a couple of students wearing T-shirts with letters on them, you are going to get eaten alive in the Southeastern Conference. And I am here for the destruction. Hey, BYU.
Go outside, nerd.
Losers. Losers, man. Losers. You know, again, if you got the whole BYU student section chanting Texas, 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 then I can understand shutting that down. I get it. I understand that. They literally wore T-shirts that said horns down, and you shut your own students down because of that? You shut your own students down because they wore a shirt that said horns. Get out, you dorks. And not even in like the fun, hilarious
Dork.
kind of way. You're just giant losers, BYU. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll wrap up this hour of the show next. I'm Rob Lonzo's on the ones and twos. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate. Gunther. Braun looked great.
He did. Hey, Zach, we're in negotiations with Nick and Tom. Here's the problem.
Tom and Nick
Here's the problem. Tom doesn't like Rob. Nick's ready to go, but Tom doesn't like Rob. Some Florida thing, I don't know. But if we can come to some sort of, maybe Rob's in another room or something. We'll get both of them on together. You got a pretty good streak going of getting the most popular wrestlers in the world on this program. So
R-Truth's the best. The best.
He's upset the gods now, though. He interrupted Valhalla.
Which, by the way, I started playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I just killed the first guy. And then I found the first big town, so now I'm just running around the town doing all the random stuff. I like fighting. That's fun.
So you're not to the point where you can start just going out raiding yet?
I can raid, but like I've only found like one little stop to go to.
Raiding is once you upgrade and get better.
Yeah.
Raiding is fun.
Yeah. I enjoyed it when I did it. Like I said, I found one when you leave the first area, when you start the game. I found one on the way to my town, and then I found one on the way to the second town.
January 30th, 1956 started out like any other in Montgomery, Alabama. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. had just recently moved to Montgomery with his family and already made a name for himself organizing a Montgomery bus boycott that began.
It's one of my favorites. It's pretty big, though. It's not as big as the Egypt.
Well, I looked at the map. Look, I looked at the first night, like the Norway map, and I'm like, this isn't that big. And then it's like, oh, we're going to like other countries, apparently, or like other lands within the.
I don't want to spoil.
I mean, I'm like, I'm like a solid couple hours in so far.
There's an obvious place if you think about it, you're going to go. It may not be on that planet.
I mean, I assume I'm going to Valhalla or whatever or Jotunheim or somewhere. Okay. It is the first Assassin's Creed game. I got real mad at Assassin's Creed when it started shifting to the aliens and gods and all that stuff. I was like, you had such a compelling first few games built in reality. And then I stopped playing them for like a while. And now I'm like, all right, I'm actually kind of enjoying the interactions with Odin and all that. So I'm like, now do I need to go back and play the Egyptian one and the Grecian one again?
I mean, you can, but at the same I'm partial to Vikings. I don't,
for sure.
I don't know why.
For sure.
It's like looking at, these are my people.
So I want to apologize because I just realized that I said the HD word on the show a couple of times in that last segment out of anger and frustration. So if we get canceled
Wait, you mean
for the HD word, I'm sorry.
You said horns down?
No! Lonzo! The FCC is going to be furious.
It's okay. I was speaking French.
Lay horns down. Tex just said, damn it, Rob, you did this when you #disrespected the Chiefs. Yeah, Lonzo opened the show with that promo. So that's cool. I'm not going to hear about that forever.
Which will remain playing for 2 more weeks. And then I'll take it down. Hey, you know.
I get it. Listen, I get it. And for the record, I called the shot. I said everything in it was everything I said in it was true. I did not say a single thing wrong in that promo. I was spot on. Spot on.
Well, let me take this moment to thank you, Rob. Thank you for your disrespect.
You're welcome. I said in that thing, you're welcome, Lonzo. All right. Let me say this because we're going to do a lot of NFC Championship game on the other side of this next break in the final hour of this. In the third hour of the 4 that we do here. How do I work? I don't remember. All right. We'll talk NFC Championship game in the next hour of the show, which is not the final hour. But before we get there, and I probably should just save it, but Dan Campbell, the head coach of the Detroit Lions, said after the game was over 2 things that I found real interesting. One of them was that he does not regret those 2 failed 4th down conversion attempts. Remember the one that probably could have, should have, would have kicked a field goal. And everybody was like, yo, that's why you play for 3, Dan. That's why you play for 3. You needed 2 scores. That's why you play for 3. I don't have an issue with it. I want you to think about this. Dan Campbell is on the road. Dan Campbell was looking at a roughly 50-yard field goal on the road. Dan Campbell's team, as Todd Bowles can tell you, plays inside, which means they play on turf. The San Francisco 49ers play outside, and they play on grass. And as any kicker will tell you, kicking off of those 2 substances is different. It's a different world. And so for all the people that are like, oh, you should have kicked a field goal. You wanted my guy to go out and kick outdoors, off grass, on the road, a 48-yarder, and you think it was a guarantee. It was not. But on top of all of that, hey, quick, for all of you that are very, very mad about Dan Campbell deciding not to kick that field goal, quick, name me Detroit's kicker. Because you can do it with Kansas City and you can do it with Baltimore.
Jan Stenerud.
That is not correct. It's a great name. It's Michael Badgley. Now, you may remember Michael Badgley. Do you know why? It is because Michael Badgley has played for like 6 different teams in the last 3 years because he's not that good. He's not that good. The Lions didn't have a great kicking game. And Dan Campbell knew that. Guys, the Lions were only here because Dan Campbell's a go for it on 4th down kind of guy. If Dan Campbell did not coach with stones, Detroit would not have been playing yesterday. Well, this is the Tampa game or the what was it? Who they play in the opening round? I don't even remember. Whatever game it was, the Rams. In every game that they have won, as of recent, you go back to Minnesota, You go back to the Dallas game, a game they won, as far as I'm concerned. Record shows as a 20-19 loss. They won that game. Okay? In my mind, in my heart, they won that game. Every game, almost every game, that Detroit won that was a one-score game, they won because Dan Campbell has rocks. Dan Campbell coaches with guts. He makes those calls. He rolls the dice. And here's the thing about rolling the dice. Sometimes you lose. And sometimes you lose big. Right? Yesterday, I made a ton of bets. And I'm going to tell you, I had a real good day. Real good day. And then, Lonzo, the Detroit Lions ended up going up 17-7, the 24-7 or whatever, on the San Francisco 49ers. And I looked down and I saw that the San Francisco 49ers at one point were 3.5-point favorites despite being in the whole 2 touchdowns. 3.5 points. And I went, they're coming back, right? They're coming back. This is a 2-half game. I think the San Francisco 49ers played the first half as if they felt it was just going to be roll the gold helmets to the 50 and the Lions were going to go home. And as soon as I saw Gardner Johnson standing on the sideline up 10, waving goodbye to the San Francisco 49ers fans when it was not even halftime yet, I was like, oh, they're coming back. So I went 3.5. And that felt like a gutsy play to bet on a team down 2 touchdowns to win by 4 or better. Gutsy play. Rolled the dice. Probably shouldn't have. And then what happened? I rolled the dice. I made the gutsy play. San Francisco comes all the way back. They're up by 7. And they let Detroit score a touchdown late in the game. They win by 3. I lose that bet on the hook. It was the biggest bet of the night. It took me from pretty up to ending with nothing, which is fine. In gambling, walking away with 0 is a win, okay? But point is, sometimes you make gutsy plays and you win, sometimes you lose. I have already slammed Kansas City on the money line for the Super Bowl. Outright win, slammed it. Biggest bet of the year, hands down. Sometimes you got to go out there and you got to play with courage. As my buddy Chris frequently says, there's no cowards in the Hall of Fame, right? You got to go with guts. And Dan Campbell did that. I don't have an issue with it. Jameson Williams dropped a couple of balls there, including a big one late. Had the opportunity to maybe gut one with the run.
Hey, why was the defense not getting blamed? Why are you blaming him?
For sure.
Getting blamed for not kicking a field goal. If the defense plays like they did in the first half, it doesn't matter what the offense does. You had such a big lead, but the defense failed.
I completely agree. Giving up 17 unanswered to start the second half is unacceptable. Sorry, it was Reynolds that dropped those. Thank you, Texter. Appreciate you keeping me honest here. The defense absolutely deserves more of the blame. This is another one of those spots that I'm scrolling the social media this AM, and I see a bunch of people going, Dan Campbell screwed his own team. Dan Campbell coached this. No, he didn't. He was making the same coaching decisions that he made in week 2 and week 8 and week 15 and the wild card round and the divisional round. Exact same coaching strategy, exact same decision-making process that got them there in the first place. Dan Campbell was saying, I trust my defense to make a stop. And this is true, they didn't do that. They didn't do it. I agree with the great one on this one. If you want to drop an elbow on somebody in Detroit for costing them the Cinderella story, it's not Dan Campbell. It's not. They wouldn't have had the Cinderella story if it wasn't for Dan Campbell. If he wasn't out there riverboat gambling, then they wouldn't have been here in the first place. Dan Campbell asked his team to do the same thing that Dan Campbell's been asking his team to do all year long, and they did it, except for a couple of bad dropped passes and the defense collapsing in that game. And also San Francisco getting better. Like I said, I think San Francisco played we're better than they are first half, and Detroit played we got him second half. And this is true. They didn't got him. You know what you got, people? You got the great one doing a sports flash.
Oh, joy. Despite all the haters, the Kansas City Chiefs will be back in the Super Bowl again after beating Baltimore 17-10. Patrick Mahomes threw for 241 yards and a touchdown to Travis Kelce. Isaiah Pacheco was responsible for the other touchdown on the ground. The Chiefs defense held Baltimore's number one rushing attack to just 81 yards on the ground. Lamar Jackson hit the hat trick with 1 TD, 1 interception, and 1 fumble. Clemson basketball coach Brad Brownell took aim at the officials after Clemson's 1-point loss to Duke this weekend. Questionable calls included a technical on Jack Clark for tossing the ball to a Duke player after a basket and shooting foul with less than a second after a missed travel that gave Duke 2 free throws for the win. Tune in this Wednesday at 6:30 as the Furman men's basketball team takes on Citadel right here on your home for Paladins football and basketball. The Fan, Upstate.
If you're hired, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Bike Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even though it's difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
Citywide, 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
There's nothing worse than coming home from a cold day to find out that your heater isn't working. When this happens, you need an HVAC company you can trust. A company like Priority Heating and Air. Their HVAC specialist will give your system a thorough checkup. And if you need a new unit, Priority Heating and Air is a proud distributor of the Coleman line of HVAC systems. So keep your family or business warm this winter and give Priority Heating and Air a call today at 591-1847 or online at PriorityHeatingandAirHVAC.com.
Your HVAC problem is our priority. Priority Heating and Air.
Golfers, the best upstate deal on golf is back and on sale now. The 2024 Upstate Golf Cart gets you a round of golf at 7 premier Upstate courses, and it's only $80. Grab your foursome and get your Upstate Golf Carts now to play courses including the Preserve and Verde, Rear Golf, Pebble Creek, Carolina Springs, The Rock, Bowling Green, and more. Order the Upstate Golf Cart to get 7 rounds of golf for only $80. UpstateGolfCart.com. That's UpstateGolfCart.com.
When something happens to your car, you might say, what you really need to say is something that can actually help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And just like that, State Farm is there to help you file your claim right on the State Farm mobile app. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Yeah, I already played it this morning, James. I'm glad you guys all have good memories too. That's awesome.
I literally bet on the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl because of that commercial, because of that promo. I was like, it's going to hit, guaranteed.
CBS Sports Radio.
You know how hard it is knowing that you'll go into an absolute coughing fit if you yell when your team does something amazing. and then you make the mistake a couple of times. It's hard to watch a game and not yell for your team. My wife is sick also, and so we both yell at the same time, and it was like a coughing contest for the next 5 minutes. And we tell each other, don't do that again, and then something else happens. It's like, wish this game would get over so I don't do this anymore.
And away we go. The third hour of the Rob Brown radio program starts right now. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Rob Brown and the great one, Lonzo, with you.
Yeah!
Yeah! We got a lot to get to as we head towards the end of the show. And I would like to jump right in, to be honest with you. And I will do so here. On Saturday evening, your boy, Rob Brown, was doing a little color commentary for the Furman Shooty Hoops game on the road at Wofford. By the way, great win for the Terriers. Real good win. 10-point win for Wofford in a game that got dicey for about 2 minutes. Then Wofford put the kibosh on a Furman comeback, and it was over. Great win for the Terriers. Congrats to Wofford. I am watching, calling, enjoying that game, and the phone, ding, 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 ding. Like, uh-oh, what's happening?
You had it turned off, right? Because that would have been bad if you.
It was on vibrate.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
I am a professional.
Even so, sometimes people forget.
I do it frequently. So, my phone is, I guess I shouldn't say ding, 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 ding. It's
I appreciate your correction and your accuracy now.
You gotta get it right. That's the job, right? So I look down and I've got like 11 texts from friends, from family that are like, did you see the end of the Duke Clemson game? Now, I had it DVR'd on at the house. And I'm like, I did not. I got it DVR'd. I'm going to go back and watch this because I felt like this was a good road test for Clemson, right? Clemson's been a Jekyll and Hyde team. It's a team that runs to a 16-0 start, but then a team that turns around and loses 3 in a row to okay ACC teams. And I think this year's got to be a make or break, win or go home year for Brad Brownell, right? I'm not saying Final Four. I'm saying you better make the dance. You better make the dance. And so I'm like, I did not see it. I look on Twitter. Twitter is just lighting the officiating up. I'm like, all right. I mean, is it that bad? Or is it just that everybody hates Duke? Which one is it? But I got to put the phone down because I got to dial in on the game. I'm enjoying the game. I get done. I get back to the house. It's late Saturday. I watch a little Royal Rumble. That ends. And I'm ready to go to bed, but I'm like, all right. I feel like I've got to watch the end of the Clemson game. So I pop it on. And I kind of catch up through key plays as is offered by YouTube TV. Clemson's playing pretty good basketball. Pretty good basketball. And then we get to the end of the game. A little bit of time left. Clemson scores. And one of their players reaches over as a Duke player goes out of bounds for the inbound. One of the Clemson players leans over and hands the ball to the Duke player. Now, this is why this is going to be a very interesting conversation. because he hands the ball to the Duke player. It was Jack Clark, by the way. He puts the ball right into the chest of the Duke player. In fact, I'll put the video up on the stream. Facebook.com/thefanupstate, Twitter.com/thefanupstate, or get at us on YouTube or Twitch, The Rob Brown Show. This is the play in question. Let me get the screen cleared. I want your thoughts. Clemson comes down, there's a bucket, and that's it, right? That's what Jack Clark does. Takes the ball, puts it into the chest of the Duke player.
Did he say anything when he handed it to him?
I can't tell.
Because that would be, I mean, other than this is the first time I've seen it, it doesn't look like a foul or anything, but there was hesitation there. Maybe he said something.
Maybe he said HD.
Nah, man. No, he wouldn't go that far.
Maybe he said the HD word. I don't know. Now, here's what I will say. If he did say something, Lonzo, you will see the ref that called the tech is about 12 feet away on the baseline. So if he did say something, he would have had to have said it loud enough that the referee over here, 12 feet away, heard it. And yet none of the people, all journalists down here on the baseline, heard it or at least thought it was worth it to tweet out what got said. So
those are photographers, they're not journalists. And that referee right there is old. Look at him. No way he could hear, even if someone did yell.
Correct. Which leads me to believe
the guy who's 12 feet away, that guy's got perfect hearing. I bet he has perfect hair. Haven't even seen him. Guaranteed you heard it.
No. Listen, yes, they are photogs. And I will also tell you that a photog, if a photog overhears something that makes or breaks a story, they're going to run to the journo and go, here's what he said. He said, down. He said it. I heard him say it, boss. Right? This was called a technical foul that led to Duke shooting a couple of free throws. Well, it turned out to be a 1-point game. That
still
matters.
Not as bad as the refereeing in football so far.
Then we had a another floor foul with less than a second left to play in the game. Down the court comes a couple of Duke players, and Joe Girard III goes hands straight up in the air, owns his territory. Duke player puts up a shot. It misses, but when you know it, whistle, as the great Roy Kent would say. Whistle! And a shooting foul is called. Now, we collectively have the benefit of hindsight, of instant replay, of multiple angles and multiple speeds being given to us in a broadcast like very, very quickly. But I am going to tell you, watching this game, having known the outcome, so I acknowledge that potentially it shaded my bias, but knowing the outcome, knowing what was about to happen, I looked at it and went, that's not a foul. That's not a foul. That's home cooking, man. I do my best. I really do. I try my hardest, gosh darned it, to give the referees credit, because officiating is tough. It's very fast. And the higher level you get, the faster and more difficult it is to officiate. Dude, that was not a foul.
So
it wasn't.
I've lived here now 26 years, which is almost half my life. When I came here, I remember this being talked about. So that's how long this has been going on.
Oh, it's been going on as long as I can remember.
Why do people expect there to be any different things to be any different? And what can you actually do about it?
Knowing that someone or something or some situation is not going to be different does not mean that you could not be frustrated about it. And I think the only time.
No, I agree. But if you're a take action kind of person, what do you do?
If you are a fan, you are powerless except for the ability to bring attention to a problem. And if I know this is why a lot of people go, oh, you're tweeting into the void, right? You're just screaming online, and it's not going to – guys, change only happens when enough people make enough noise. Change only happens when enough people make enough noise. And so when you've got not just Clemson fans, but when you have got fans across the entire Atlantic Coast Conference, I saw Florida State fans who were aggravated about it. I saw, obviously, North Carolina fans who were going, yep, they've been getting these calls for years. I saw Boston College fans going, this is why you can't win there. And then Brad Brownell got onto the mic. Post-game opened like this.
Obviously, a very competitive basketball game. Unbelievably disappointed with the ending. We had a couple chances to put it away ourselves and didn't. Executed a really good sideline play, and PJ stepped up, made big free throws. It's hard to win here. I think a lot of people in the room, on the court, get caught up in the emotion of the game, and I thought that happened tonight. Really disappointed with how it ended. Give the Duke kids credit for being aggressive and taking it to the basket, but that's really poor. That's poor. So, Coach, we got to get better for it. But really hate it for my players. This was thought we played very well tonight in a lot of ways, and obviously to not be rewarded with a win is stings.
Coach, I think Duke had 2 field goals in the last 6 minutes. One was that fast break steal. They lived at the free throw line, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's hard to win here for a lot of reasons. It really is. And tonight was an example of that. That's all I'm saying. That's really disappointing.
Wow, way to total. You made me think that he was going to come out and he was going to rail on the poor refereeing and how Duke gets all the calls and everything, and he towed the line to where he won't get fined. Maybe it's worth getting fined over. Maybe you're the voice of a team. Maybe you should stand up and say what everyone's thinking, even though it's going to cost you some cash.
I don't know that the ACC doesn't hand out. If he comes out and goes, those referees were, those calls were, this game was,
I mean,
that he doesn't catch a suspension. And for a guy that is sitting right now, to me, as the most likely ACC coach to be canned if he doesn't make it to the tourney, I don't think he can risk having a spot where he gets told to sit down for a game or two.
If they were going to get rid of him, they would have done it a couple years ago, and people have been calling for it every single year. This was an opportunity to, I mean, at least get specific about that particular play where the ball was handed to the Duke player. I mean, you can at least get specific about that and say, hey, I would like to sit down with the ACC officials and the higher-ups, and for someone to educate not just me, but other people, other basketball coaches throughout the country and maybe even the world on why that is what you called it as. Take a risk. I mean, yeah, you're going to get fined for it, but stand up for your team without towing the line and quit worrying about your money. I think if you're truly angry about it, say what everyone else is saying.
I think you are walking right past what I said. You're saying you are treating it as if he's an NBA coach, where the worst thing that's going to happen is a $50,000 fine. It's not. The worst thing that can happen is the ACC says, we are not going to tolerate you disrespecting our refs. You are sitting down for a game or 2 or 3 in a year where a game or 2 or 3 could be the difference between Brad Brownell making the tournament, making the NIT, or missing everything and potentially losing his job. I understand it, but yelling and screaming and hooting and hollering and cussing about a game that
You
is
don't-
in the
you don't
record
have to-
books
you
and
don't
that
have to yell
cannot
and
be
scream.
changed
You don't have to yell and scream.
isn't going to accomplish
You
anything.
can be direct. You can be concise. You don't have to raise your voice, but you can do it without towing a line. And as far as him being on the hot seat, he's been on the hot seat since he's been there.
For the record, I don't think he toed a line. I
I think he did.
Here's
I
what he
think
said.
did.
He said, it's hard to win here for a lot of reasons. I love that. I love that.
Really? What are
Yes.
the reasons? Because
it's a wonderful home court environment and because of the referees.
well, why not say that?
Because I just told you.
I mean,
You're-
you get upset about vagaries. You've talked about, oh, really? Who said it? Oh, really? What did they do? Oh, really? I want details. Well, so do I. Even though we all saw it, I come out and say what you have aught about.
I just told you why he can't do that. Because you don't
he
think
could
it's a
do it.
good reason doesn't make it not a good
He,
reason.
he could do it. He absolutely could do
And
it.
then he catches 3
And this
games.
is-
Clemson goes 0-3 in that stretch. They miss the tournament and he's fired. Are you willing to put
He won't
your
get
job
fired.
on the line for it?
He won't get fired. If he was going to get fired, he would have gotten fired several years ago.
At some
He-
point,
I believe that.
so Bill Belichick just got fired.
By the way, I believe that Clemson, their management, their staff, their president, all that kind of stuff would be completely behind him if he stood up and said what everyone's thinking.
All right. That part of the conversation aside, that was a horribly officiated basketball contest. Jesse just came on the stream and said it was interesting as well that Duke was able to be much more physical than Clemson in regards to the fouls called. It did appear that the refs let the emotions of the game and home court for Duke dictate how they called the game. I do my best to give referees the benefit of the doubt. I really do. Unless it is just an egregious mistake. And that last call was, as was the technical foul against Clark that gave Duke a couple of freebies. I do my best to give them the benefit of the doubt. But to me, what was just said in the stream chat by Jesse is spot on. It felt to me as if the more the crowd got into it, the more the home court advantage kicked in, the tighter the game got down the stretch, the more the officials started making calls that were progressively more questionable. And I had a problem with it. If you as an official get caught up in the moment, if you as an official get caught up in the emotion of that game, you're a bad official. End of sentence. If because the crowd's alive and Duke knocks down a couple of big threes and gets a dunk and a fast break and whatever, if as these things happen, you are starting to make calls and that continues to happen, you're a bad ref. The tech call was weak. That last call was not a shooting foul. Duke should have missed that, and Clemson should have walked out of there with a 1-point win. And again, I don't home cook for anybody on this show. I will take down my own teams when they deserve it, like my idiot wide receiver Michael Thomas on Twitter yesterday. See that? That's pretty awesome.
What do you do?
Oh, just roasting the bleep out of our team and commenting and flirting with Patrick Mahomes live during the game. And by the way, congrats on picking up Michael Thomas as a Chief next year.
We'll see.
You're going to have Slant God under Patty. Directly blamed his season-long injury on Derek Carr. Directly blamed it on him. Like, it was pretty impressive to watch my number one wide receiver go full freaking meltdown.
So he did a Tony thing.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. You want to just trade Mike Thomas for Kadarius Toney? We'll see how it goes.
Yes, please.
No, thank you. All right. So, point here is, yes, Brad Brownell's right. His team got screwed. Duke got the benefit of home cooking. I don't say that. Duke's usually a very good team. But Brad's right. It is hard to win when officials are handing out that. And here's the thing. I knew this was coming. I was waiting for it. James, I appreciate you being my willing victim. He said it was a poorly called game, but Clemson had 4 turnovers at the end of the game. I agree. And yet, even with the turnovers, they still were in a position to win the game. This is why I lose my mind when people go, well, if you just wouldn't have done that one thing, well, you still had the right. But despite the turnovers, Clemson had still done enough to get the win. They had gone to Duke, and despite the turnovers, still did enough to earn the win, and they had it taken away from them by the one thing outside of their control, the 3 dudes with whistles. I hate it. I hate it. I despise that. And the fact that they did it for Duke, at Duke, plays right into a narrative that has caused a lot of people to sour on college basketball. It's pathetic. Clemson should have won that game. They got screwed. That's it. That's it. Texture says, hey, at least the Gamecocks men's and women's team won and Clemson got screwed. Sounds like a dream weekend to me. It never turns off, does it? I love it. Lamont Paris, man. I got to tell you, dude. You guys thought this was going to be a rebuilding year. They had the awful L at Alabama. Couple of other games they've looked slow.
You want to take credit because of your pep talk that they were listening. They heard your pep talk, and now look at how they're playing.
I do.
Okay.
I do. After that Bama game, I came in here and said, you guys are playing real mentally weak basketball. Since then, they've not done that. So yes, Lonzo, I appreciate you bringing that to my attention. I absolutely do take full and entire credit for the Gamecock men's basketball program. Not the women's, though. They're just good. They're just real good.
They're actually, great.
They are. That LSU win last Thursday? Woo-hoo.
I was just doing Tony the Tiger, and that's why,
We got to take a break. Come back here in just a minute. Let's talk NFC Championship game. San Francisco 49ers down 17 early in that one. Get them all back and then some. Walk out 34-31 winners. We'll talk about that when we come back on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, y'all. Thanks for hanging out. We are back. P-Digits, welcome in, my guys. Question is, who is disrespected the most, the Chiefs or Brock Purdy? I won't disrespect the Chiefs again. Question is it a week-by-week disrespect thing? If I don't disrespect them between now and February 11th, will they lose? And is that disrespect?
Your disrespect was done early on, as we.
So it's a lasting.
We have proof. Yeah,
Okay.
because you brought about season-long disrespect.
So the disrespect is like a.
You could have minor occurrences, but
it's
yours
stacked.
was.
It doesn't refresh. It's
Well,
stacked.
yours was so major.
Okay.
That it lasted the entire season. What? It was talking about the games that were already on.
Yeah.
That was an Odyssey promo, so that was a national promo. Hey, someone from Odyssey Sports asked a question in the press conference after Royal Rumble. There's a press conference.
I saw Triple H's terrible answer to the Vince stuff.
In that,
yeah,
an Odyssey Sports person asked a question. And all I could think of is, man, that could have been us.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, one of us.
That's it. I'm reaching out to the podcast guys again today.
I mean, come on.
The Rob Brown Show carries on. It is the Fan Upstate, ladies and gentlemen. I am Rob Brown, the great Malonzo on the ones and twos. 844-326-3663. That is the renewal by Anderson of the Carolinas phone line. You can also text us at 71307-71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N. We will read them on the show. You can also shoot us a tweet at The Rob Brown Show, at Lonzo on Word, or tweet everybody at the station at The Fan Upstate.
By the way, and on stream's going crazy. Netflix on Raw. I don't know who that is. The Chiefs have made 4 of the last 5 Super Bowls. They aren't disrespected. Can't pull the little old Chiefs argument now. Dude, we're being sarcastic.
That is mighty Clemson of you.
we're being sarcastic.
Not me. I threw a big bet at the Chiefs. I'm going to disrespect them all week.
Okay.
All week.
That's fine. I mean,
everybody but Taylor is catching strays from me this week. I got money on this.
All the hate towards Taylor, all the hate towards Kansas City and everything, all your hate ain't going to do nothing. I mean, they're either going to win the game or they aren't. They're good enough to make it to 6 straight championship games, and now in their 4th Super Bowl. That's pretty good. I mean,
Also, I'm gonna need y'all to get up off Taylor. All right, I'm gonna need y'all to get up off Taylor.
Even did you see when she mouthed "go away"?
Yeah.
I mean, she doesn't want that either. So it's. I mean, why are her cuts for you just so much louder than everything else?
All right, let's talk about the game. Let's talk San Francisco. Let's talk Detroit, shall we? There's a lot of different things going on here. I think the biggest one to me is the tale of two halves, right? I think San Francisco, and I don't know if they make this mistake against Kansas City, but I think San Francisco thought they were just going to roll out there and hand it to Detroit, right? Like the first half of that game, Brock Purdy goes for, 82 yards in the first half. Offensively, they just did not click. They had the 1 touchdown, and they were lucky to get that. I really think San Francisco came out in the first half and just thought, we're just going to out-athlete these guys.
All right, what's the term when in wrestling? Is it getting blown up when you come out and you're all amped and excited, and then you have nothing left like for the rest? That's what Detroit did. They came out, they had that intensity, they were flying around and everything, and I think they used all their adrenaline, all their energy and everything, and then halftime adjustments were made. They came out, they didn't have that fire in the second half, and San Francisco just steadily did what they do.
No, I don't think you're wrong. I think San Francisco came out in the first half very much with the belief that we're just going to out-athlete these guys, right? Like the thing that got us here is that we just have so much skill position talent that you can't stop. Like, you can't stop us. And I think they came out thinking, this is good. We got these guys. They're not supposed to be here. They can't do it. And Detroit came out like the ultimate warrior, sprinting to the ring, running in circles, grabbing the ropes, shaking them up and down, screaming and hollering from points unknown. And then they got cocky. And I think that was the thing. I think it may have been that they ran out of juice. I also think they might have pulled their foot off the accelerator a little bit. There was a spot where there was a shot of CJG, Gardner Johnson, who is a noted boat talker his whole career. He was in New Orleans for a while, and he is absolutely on that list of guys that we all acknowledge is but he's our, so we love him, right? And then when he's somebody else's, you hate that. He's standing on a bench, looking at the San Francisco fans and waving goodbye in the first half. Dude, you got a lot of football left, my man. There's a lot of football left to be played. But the moment that happened, I think that was the spot that I went, they're in trouble. In fact, I know it was the spot I said they're in trouble because that is the moment that Rob Brown slammed a big old fat stack of dollar bills on San Francisco minus 3.5. Something like that. No, San Francisco's not going to put up with this, right? And that's what ended up, like, that is what it is. So then you go to the second half. And you got Kyle Shanahan, who I have zero doubt. Kyle Shanahan ripped them a new one at halftime because they played like crap in the first half. I am sure ripped San Francisco a new one. And when they rolled out in the second half, San Francisco looked like San Francisco. They looked like the 49ers team that I expected to show up when I bet them minus 6.5 on the initial line, right? It moved all the way to 7.5 at one point. I expected that. But I did not expect Detroit to specifically defensively collapse. I didn't see that coming. I didn't think that was going to be the case. And they did. And again, don't get me wrong. San Francisco's offense was, to me, San Francisco's offense is an offense that you cannot stop. You can only hope to slow down, right? That's it. I know they're getting 24, 27, 35. I just got to try to slow it down enough that we can keep control of the pace of the game. Detroit in the second half flipped roles with San Francisco in the first half. San Francisco came out, to me, and it felt like they were approaching the game from the standpoint of, we're just that damn good. You can't beat us. And then when Detroit went up 17 and the bar I was at saw Lions fans start saying, check please, we're ready to go celebrate. And the second half started. Detroit came out, and I'm sure it was a combination of, as Lonzo said, they were gassed, they were blown up, and they were also cocky. They were also overconfident. Now, you get to the end of the game. You got the 2 fourth down efforts, right? You got Reynolds dropping footballs. You got Dan Campbell going for it. I'm going to tell you straight up, I don't have an issue with him going for it. I really don't. I don't have an issue with him going for it for a couple of reasons. Long field goals. You're asking a kicker who is played on. I went and looked during the last break. He has been on 8 teams for 8 years. 8 teams over 8 years. He spent 2 seasons in San Diego 8 years ago. And then he had 1 season 3 years ago where he spent half the year on one team and half the year on another. You're asking that guy who kicks inside on turf to go outside on soft grass in an away game in the wind from 48 plus yards away. I think my problem is Detroit fans and people who are enjoying criticizing Dan Campbell for not taking the points there think those were free points. If that ball, Lonzo, is on like the 23-yard line and you're looking at a 30-yard field goal, I probably feel different. The ball was on the 31-yard line. It is a 48-yard kick. That's not easy. On the road, in the wind, off grass. When at home, you're inside playing on turf. It is a different kick. It's a different kick. And so when Dan Campbell, who is riverboat gambled their way to the NFC title game, when Dan Campbell decides to go for it, oh, by the way, here's another fun stat. On 4th downs of 4 yards or longer this year, the Lions only went for it 25 times. There were 25 4th downs that were 4 yards or shorter for the Lions. Out of 25, what would you say is a rate where you would say that's successful? 50%, 60%, 70%?
Well, I guess you'd have to say 51%. I mean,
yeah,
being
sure. Know. Trading points on the other side of it, that's fine. Oh, they hit 20 out of 25. That's 80%. 80% of the time they went for it on 4th and 4 or shorter. 80% of the time it was successful this year. So you're telling me you're going to ask a kicker to hit from 50 outside on the grass in an away game in a very loud environment. You're going to ask that guy to hit instead of going with the play out of your playbook that has been successful 80% of the time.
Yeah,
of course he went for it.
I think having watched the game and then hearing all this, is like, why are you talking about him going for it when that's not the reason they lost the game? It just, I mean, there's so many other things factor in as we have been talking about, defensive breakdown, gassed on offense, so many different things. Say he did kick those field goals. The thing is, San Francisco shouldn't have been able to come back. It shouldn't have mattered. Field goal should have been just tacking on to your already supposedly insurmountable lead.
I think you're looking at it that spot. A defense that, as you pointed out, was blown up, was gassed, was out of juice late in the game. When Elijah Mitchell scored that, how far was that touchdown run? Like 6 yards? That he bulldozed through the middle of the Lions defense. When that touchdown got scored, that was the moment that I was like, ball game. Check, please. We're out. It's over. Because that's the thing Detroit was supposed to not let happen. That's the one thing you were not supposed to let San Francisco do, was establish up any semblance of an inside power run game. You can't let them have that moment. And they had that moment. And when Elijah Mitchell went in, not CMC, not a fullback, when Elijah Mitchell pushed in from 6.5, 7 out for that tutty, that was ball game, man. Detroit's defense was out of gas. So if you're Dan Campbell and you know your defense is out of gas, you know it's true. We all know it's true. The last thing you want to do is not put 7 on the board, right? 3s aren't going to do it because getting 3 for San Francisco at that point felt automatic, right? You get 3, you make it a 1-score game, feels automatic. You have to go get 7s, and you got to get them quick. Make it to where if you get the 7 and you get the ball back, now there's less pressure on the last drive for Jared Goff, right? It's much like the Lamar thing. My biggest gripe this AM is the people on the radio who are saying Lamar failed. It's Lamar. It's playoff Lamar. Guys, it's not Lamar. Yes, he had a terrible pick. Lamar's going to have to hold a portion of the L, but it is
and the
not
fumble,
solely on him.
Yeah, and some other poor decisions.
Fumble's not on him. Fumble was a group effort. You know, the concept of a coverage sack, we all hear about a coverage sack where there's nobody open and the quarterback's got to hold so long.
Well, I don't know ball. If I did, I would understand.
Okay, then let me teach
about.
you. Happy to. That's what I'm here for. Make your life better. Coverage sack. Quarterback takes the snap, drops back in the pocket. Nobody's open. Nobody's open. Nobody's open. Nobody's open. Nobody's open. Nobody's open. And he's got to hold the ball for so long that a defensive lineman eventually gets a hand on him.
There's a lot of receivers that weren't open.
Yes, there were. I agree. That's exactly the point. Roma, like I said, Roma did a wonderful job of pointing this out at one point. He shows the play. You know what it was? It was that 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, deep inside their own territory, where anybody with half a freaking brain runs it with Gus Edwards because he's guaranteed to get that. And instead, what do? A 7-step drop for Lamar. So it's a long shotgun. Lamar takes 5 plus the extra 2 on the long shotgun, and he's just running around for his life. And Romo goes with the side view all 22 cam, and he goes, look at this. Covered, 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 covered. Shows 5 wide receivers, every one of them with a Kansas City Chief inside their cleats. And he goes, he had no choice. He had to bail. And the problem is, when you ran this play, you are starting him 9 yards behind the line of scrimmage. He is 9 yards behind the line of scrimmage when he realizes nobody's open. So he's got to get 10 yards just to get back to the line. With that Chiefs defense chasing him down, he's got to get 9 to get to the line. He's got to get 10 for a positive play. He's got to get 11, almost 12 for a first down. Can't do it. That strip fumble. Go back and watch the all 22 of that. There was not a Raven that did not have a Chief tucked inside their jersey in coverage. Nowhere to go. Now, would I like to see him in that spot, tuck that ball and take off? Absolutely. But I also want you to look at the middle of the field. And I want you to have noticed there was one guy in a white jersey and a red hat just standing there. That's a linebacker spy. He has one job. Play far enough back that if you see the tuck and run, no matter where he goes, you have a pursuit angle to stop the first down. Lamar's not dumb. He said, yo, look, if I take off running, that dude is going to wear my ass out, or I'm going to have to slide and not pick up the first down. So let me just hang back here and see what happens. Again.
So, but you do acknowledge that he fumbled the ball.
Yeah,
because you keep, every time you talk about him today, you fail to mention that he fumbled the ball.
He got stripped of the ball.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
Rob, come on, dude.
A strip is a strip.
A strip is worse.
It's a turnover, but it's a strip.
A strip is worse. If you fumble because you were switching hands and it comes out, that's one. But the fact that now, come on, man, just acknowledge that he fumbled the ball.
Okay, it's a strip fumble.
Okay,
that's literally. It's
still a fumble. That's a mistake.
All right. So here's the thing. Once again,
as far as stats goes,
for whatever reason,
that's considered a mistake.
You feel like you need to pound Lamar into the sand.
No, it's just because you.
Was that game entirely Lamar Jackson's fault?
No, but you paint targets for me, whether on purpose or not, by leaving certain things out that are omitting it's a problem. Okay. It makes it look like it was less him because you don't throw the fumble in there. So you had a fumble and an interception. That's 2 turnovers that he's responsible for.
No.
And yes, 2 turnovers that he's responsible for. Stat lines, he's the one who fumbled the ball. So those are 2 turnovers that which is why a lot of people are pointing out his response. I mean, it's of course it's a team effort, a team loss.
As long as you have known me, when have I ever said that stats tell the story? They're a piece of it. They're like the bibliography.
Okay, don't do that thing that someone else does.
I don't.
So, okay, all right.
But it's one of the things we agree on. It's a bibliography. It gives you a nice little summary of the notations, but it don't give you the book.
But omitting the stats is making it trying to lessen the point that you're making.
Something I didn't do.
Well, you haven't mentioned it
because the fumble, the strip sack fumble. All right, I'm happy to call it a strip fumble. A strip fumble is not on Lamar.
It is, dude.
It's not.
It absolutely is.
Dude, if I walk over there and I rip that mic off the base and I throw it on the ground, is that your fault? It's your mic. It happened on your side of the desk. Is that your fault?
I don't
No.
think that's a good analogy, but I mean, because you're not making around the corner if you're going to be aggressive.
I don't know, man.
Even in my weekend
I
state.
gotta tell you, I think
Although this might be your best shot ever.
I think you underestimate me a lot.
This might be, and I think you underestimate me.
Underestimate me or overestimate yourself.
Having an exact sense of self, knowing what you're capable of is a good thing, especially as you get older and you know that things don't work as well as they used to. But also being with someone a lot, I think you can kind of guess what someone else can do and can't do.
So it's underestimate me. I appreciate it. Thanks for being honest.
All right.
Lamar Jackson did not fumble. Lamar Jackson fumbled that
Okay,
ball.
he fumbled the ball. Thank you. That's all I'm saying.
I said that for 10 minutes.
And that is still one of the reasons. It's one of the reasons they lost the game.
It is a part of the reason they lost the game. I've never said anything different.
It's like therapy. You get there eventually, and don't you feel better?
No,
you feel
because I
it's
don't
freeing?
understand why you feel like you need to bring the hammer down on this one guy. It's all you've done is just go after him as if he's the only guy that was off. He wasn't. The run game sucked. John Harbaugh crapped the bed. There's like 90 things that went bad for Baltimore. Lamar was one of them.
So Harbaugh failed. Ding. Baltimore failed. Ding. Kansas City beat Baltimore when they weren't supposed to.
Flowers
Ding.
choked.
All the reasons why I would come down on this team have been expressed a long time ago.
Right, but you
so
said
there should
earlier in the
be
show,
no
it's
surprise.
on Lamar.
It is.
No, it's not.
It is. He's the captain of the ship. He made critical mistakes that led to the loss to Kansas City.
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say at this point. I don't know what to say. Well, I do know what to say.
Ooh.
We got to go to break. That's what I got to say. We're back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Yeah, that's not good. That's on me. I shouldn't. Yeah.
I looked at the clock at 44 and I was like, take a break. But then I just had to keep going.
Yeah. I was not looking at the clock. That's on me. Rob Brown Show, what do you want to talk about? Okay, what's your name? All right, hang on, Chris.
Boom, 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 boom.
I gotta stop doing it. I told myself I would not do that. I would just debate quietly, not get worked up because it would hurt me, and it is hurting me.
Lonzo went, he can take me if I came to the desk, but it hurts to yell.
That was
There was ever going to be a day. There's not.
I did say this would be that day. Yeah. Wow, that was bad. Flowers fumbled too. There are a lot of reasons why they lost, but for some reason Rob picks certain players that he will defend till the end and will put lesser blame on them. A player doesn't lose, a team loses. A player can be the cause of that, but sick, Steven. Yes, I was so sick that I couldn't do my show with my sponsor. So I had zero voice I had a fever and I had, no voice. I couldn't talk. Hard to do radio when you can't talk. All right, I can't talk, but I mean, I couldn't audibly. It was like, oh, that's all. I am worn out. Oh, absolutely, James. The defense played lights out. As I said earlier in the show, this is the best defense they've had since back in the days when Derek Thomas played, back when they were known for defense back in the Schottenheimer days. Steven, I could have mimed on the stream. But with a fever, you're not supposed to be in the building. So, I mean, for that matter, I could have done the show from home. I just couldn't talk. I've actually done the show from home before, so it is possible. That's the thing. You really know I'm sick if I don't come in on Saturday when my sponsor's coming. Obviously, you know that this is short.
Yeah.
We have time to get the caller in, though.
Okay. Chris, you said?
Yes. Oh, I just now got that. No. It's a radio sponsor. Thank you, Stephen. Hi, my name is Lonzo. I'm addicted to video games.
I'm not even going to judge. I just want to go home and play Valhalla right now. Chris has been kind enough to hang on through the break, jumps on the air to talk some football. Chris, what's up, big dog?
Rob, Lonzo, hope you guys are having an excellent Monday morning.
You as well.
For the opportunity to on and chat with you gentlemen. I've had the chance to listen a little bit regarding this discussion, if you want to call it that, around Lamar Jackson, and I would love to add my 2 cents if I could.
Fire away. We got about a minute.
And I'll do my best. So I'll start off with a general thought. First of all, it goes back to something in our society that is completely wrong, that quarterbacks are somehow, they have a win-loss record. QB wins are not a stat. Quarterbacks are like presidents of the United States. They get way too much credit for things that they aren't in control of, and they get way too much blame for things they aren't in control of. We are in the year of our Lord, 2024. We have enough data and advanced metrics to let us know whether or not quarterbacks have good performances or bad performances outside of just, oh, he turned the ball over twice. There's more things that we can look at in order to see how good or bad offenses can be. That game yesterday was lost because Todd Monken only gave 6 carries, especially in early downs, to the tailbacks against the 27th ranked rush defense, which made no sense whatsoever, and decided to call shot play after shot play against a defense that was running 2 high safeties throughout the majority of the season and did not pound the rock to force them out of a too high look. If you told me coming into the game there were only 6 carries for the running backs going into that game, there is no way Lamar Jackson and the Ravens offense was going to be able to put enough points to beat the Chiefs. And they still had a chance to, despite the mistake from Zay Flowers. Blame can go all around. If you get into film study, I promise you, it's the O lineman that gave up that strip sack that raises his hand and says, that's on me.
Yeah, that's it, Chris. I appreciate it, man. I mean, listen, I don't have anything to follow up. That's spot on. In fact, I said that back in the first hour. The fact that you had Justice Hill with 3 carries and the Gus Bus with 3 carries against a run defense that's not good, but a pass defense that is, that's a problem. That's a problem. And then when you look at that, the reason that Kansas City was able to take away every wide receiver is because they did not have to commit anybody to the run. Why? Because Baltimore didn't run it. I'll tell you right now, Todd Monken was getting interviews for a head coaching job. If I was Washington or Seattle, I would cancel them last night. I'd have been in the email in the third quarter going, hey, bud, appreciate the time, but we're going to go on with a different candidate. Good luck in your upcoming endeavors. That'd have been real easy. No segue.
Shout out to Chris for pointing out that Lamar had 2 turnovers. Other people won't acknowledge that. Despite all the haters, the Kansas City Chiefs will be back in the Super Bowl. I don't know if you heard that. Again, after beating Baltimore 17-10, Patrick Mahomes threw for 241 yards and a touchdown to Travis Kelce. Isaiah Pacheco was responsible for the other touchdown on the ground. The Chiefs defense held Baltimore's number 1 rushing attack to just 81 yards on the ground. Lamar Jackson hit the hat trick, 1 TD, 1 interception, and 1 fumble. Clemson football has grabbed another big recruit to bolster their 2025 class. Ari Watford is considered the 3rd best defensive end in the country and picked the Tigers over offers from Ohio State and others. Tune in this Wednesday at 6:30 as the Furman Paladins men's basketball team takes on the Citadel right here on your home for Paladins football and basketball. The Fan, Upstate. Yay, now I can kill over.
It's 2024. We know all about trends and the cult-like following they have online. But unlike all those trends that come and go, Mountain Dew Baja Blast has been enjoyed by fans since its introduction way back in 2004 and has remained a fan favorite. The longevity of Baja Blast has crossed generations with its ocean-like color and tropical lime flavor that keeps fans coming back for more. It's bold and refreshing. Don't you think that's worth celebrating? We sure do. That's why we're finally giving the people what they want. Baja Blast in stores everywhere. That's right. Baja Blast is now in stores all year long. And for a limited time, with every purchase of Baja Blast in stores and
Thank you, Steven. I'd pat myself on the back, but it might cause a coughing fit. By the way, you pointed. That's why I pushed the button.
Yeah, that's on me. That's fine. It works.
Were you pointing for audio? Because I didn't touch your thing.
No.
You went like this. I'm like,
I was just like
okay.
emphasizing a point.
Okay. You know, I'm not all there, but so I thought I was following instructions. We really needed to go right there.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It worked.
Overexerted myself. Thank goodness I don't have to use my Reed voice anymore.
Your what voice?
My Reed voice.
Oh.
Which is too throaty and sexy for, you know.
This is what I've been saying all morning. It's not all on him. It is absolutely a little on him. The only thing that ticked me off, the reason this whole thing started, Joe, was because after the game last night, when I was doing show prep and I was listening to some stations around the country, I came across 5 or 6 different hosts that were just popping off as if it was Lamar. Just solely and only Lamar.
You're going to be the focal points after victory. You're going to be the focal point after defeat. I mean, it's the way things are.
Shut the hell up.
You just sit at home in your grandma's basement with your drawers on, typing on your damn keyboard. Shut the hell up.
Wait, hang on. Dadgummit.
Go outside, nerd.
There it is. Just take a second. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the final 60, the fourth quarter of the Rob Brown Show goes now. Like the San Francisco 49ers, we just get better as we go. Is that hashtag disrespect? I don't know. I don't know. I just know there's a promo running that Lonzo opened the show with that I swear to you, if Kansas City wins on February 11th, that came from April 23rd of last year, probably going to be aired on this radio station for another 6 to 9 years.
Nah. Unless someone finally says that's it, take it down, it will play for 2 more weeks.
We have talked NFC and AFC championship game today. We have talked about Clemson basketball today. By the way, they absolutely got screwed. It is what it is. I stand by it. That was atrocious. Awful, pathetic, embarrassing, and exactly the reason the narrative about Duke is the narrative about Duke. You can't beat them in their house. Can't do it. We have talked about the BYU Texas game. Texas Longhorns fans are soft-ass losers.
By the way, I just dated that promo for February 11th. So I just wanted to let you know.
Why would you, the day of the Super Bowl? You just disrespected the Chiefs.
No, it's going to play the day.
Oh, you mean it's going off whether it wins or loses?
Yeah, it will stop. It will stop on the 12th.
No, you should let it go for like 2 weeks after that.
Nah, I'm not doing that.
If it hammers, man. We talked about Texas and their soft-ass fans. We talked about BYU and their soft-ass administration and how embarrassing that situation was. If you didn't see it, you can go to thefanupstate.com. In the middle of the page is a button that says podcast. Click on it. It'll drop down. Go to the Rob Brown Show and listen to our number, whatever hour that segment was in. 2, I think. Maybe 1, beginning of 1. I don't remember. Point is, go listen to that hour of the show. It was good. Okay? That's it. If you listen to all 4 hours on the pod, you're definitely going to hear it.
It was 2. It was already up, and it was the second segment
there you
of
go.
2. Yeah.
So go to thefanupstate.com, click on the podcast button, drop down the Rob Brown Show and listen.
Or you can go to the Odyssey app.
Yeah, right there.
And they got this rewind feature.
Click the little heart button.
And the rewind feature has titles on them, so you can see where, and you just go find the title for that particular segment.
All right, let's get some other stories in here as we roll through the final hour of the show. We have 2 National Football League head coaching positions remaining at this point. The Seattle Seahawks, the Washington Commanders. Bum, 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 bum. There are multiple.
You're going to hate it when they change the name.
Because
you won't be able to do that anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they need to change the name. It was such a botched rollout that it never was like most teams go through a name change or go through a city change and they get some jokes for a little while and then eventually we just kind of all accept it, you know? When Tennessee became the Titans and lost the Oilers moniker, there were a lot of jokes about it out the gate. Now nobody cares. Like, all right, they're the Titans, whatever. The Commanders was such a bad rollout under Dan Snyder. The jokes are still jokes and it's awesome. So, all of that being said, let's talk about the head coaching jobs that are open. Seattle, Washington. Seattle, and also Washington.
There you go.
As soon as I said it. I'm
Maybe
like,
go
that's
Washington, Seattle.
Washington, Seattle.
There we go.
So there are some names still active and alive. Ben Johnson seems to be, or at least entered the coaching carousel as the hottest name out there.
He's available now, right?
He is. Can go ahead and start doing interviews, I think, tomorrow. And I suspect he will. I suspect both of those teams are going to bring in Ben Johnson. Somebody asked me over the weekend about Ben Johnson. They're like, how's this guy not have a job yet? And the answer is because while pretty much every team wanted Ben Johnson, you were rolling the dice on Ben Johnson because you had to wait till the very end of the Detroit Lions run. And if they had made the Super Bowl, you'd have had to wait until the middle of February. So if you waited and all the other candidates came off the board, all the other guys came off the board, then he doesn't come to your squad. Now you just got to go get some guy. You just got to get somebody, right? So for a lot of teams, it wasn't worth the gamble. For a couple, it was. And now that there are effectively two names remaining, Bobby Slowick and Ben Johnson, at least on the offensive side of the discussion. Now that there are two names remaining and there are two teams left, you may not get the guy you want, but if you don't get the guy you want, you are going to get the other guy that everybody else considered besides the guy. And that's Bobby Slowick. I don't have an issue with these two teams waiting it out, right? I don't have an issue with these two teams waiting it out. But how's this impact Carolina? We know that Dave Canellis is the guy now. He is the head coach. We also know that he has begun to disassemble the remaining coaches that are still there. We know that he has begun to disassemble the coaching staff that was built under the combination of Matt Rule and Frank Reich. Chris Tabor, who was the interim coach for Carolina this year, was dismissed from his position after Dave Canellis came in. I actually dig this. Let me tell you why. With the acknowledgement that I am 150,000% optimistic cautiously.
Wow, that's a lot.
That's
of
a lot of
percentage.
percent.
Yeah,
that's all the percent times 150. I am optimistic about this because last year, the coaching staff that was put together, Thomas Brown as offensive coordinator, he has been dismissed from his role. Chris Tabor on special teams, he has been dismissed from his role. The other one who has not been dismissed from their role so far is Ejiro Evero, the defensive coordinator, right? That staff was assembled, according to reports, by Dave Tepper. Dave Tepper wanted a dream team coaching staff. That's why you had the guys that you had, a dream team coaching staff. The problem with a dream team coaching staff is that it's very, very unlikely that they gel into a cohesive unit, right? I will take 9 coaches all on the same page before I take 9 Pro Bowl coaches not on the same page. The fact that, at least on the surface, it looks like Dave Tepper is allowing Dave Canellis to let go of guys that Dave Tepper brought in or had a hand in bringing in. And again, at least it looks on the surface, to build out his own staff, to bring in his guys, to build his own coaching regime. That is a mark, question mark, of Dave Tepper doing what everybody's been saying. You got to get the hell up out the way, man. This ain't your job, dude. Your job is to pay for everything. That's your job. Your job is to put the money in the bank account so the checks cash. That's it. That's your only job. Make sure that the business is run in a way that it's making money, and then make sure that money goes to the employees the way it's supposed to. That's it. That's your job. not name GMs, not name DCs and OCs, none of that. Your job is to make sure the business runs and your employees are paid and literally nothing else. Last couple of years, he didn't do that. Is that what he's doing here? Fingers crossed. The answer is yes. Fingers crossed. That's what's happening here. Fingers crossed that Dave Tepper went, all right, Canellis, you're the guy. Here's the pocketbook. Go do your thing, man. There is one interesting element to this story, though, and it is this. According to reports, including one that came from Anthony Rizzuti, who's got a pretty good connection to the team, apparently the Panthers are working, including Dave Canellis, to retain Ejiro Evero as the defensive coordinator. Rizzuti said on Sunday, NFL Network reporter Tom Pelissero reported the Panthers are hoping to retain Evero, who continues to draw outside interest from a handful of different organizations. Pelissero said yesterday, quote, my understanding is multiple teams, including the Giants and the Dolphins, have put in interview requests for Evero. To this point, the Panthers have blocked those requests. It's unclear whether Evero wants to stay in Carolina, but he is under contract. The sides are expected to meet this week. We now know for a fact that they have blocked at least 3 teams, the Giants, the Dolphins, and the Jacksonville Jaguars, who asked to interview Ejiro Evero a couple of weeks ago. Albert Breer of Sports Illustrated has said that both the Packers and the Rams are now attempting to poach him out of Charlotte as well. Evero has also interviewed with and is set for a second interview with the Seattle Seahawks. So there's a lot of interest in this cat. A lot. There are at least 5 teams that are considering him as a defensive coordinator candidate. And there's at least 1 team that is still considering him as a head coaching candidate at this point. I have maintained that I absolutely, in fact, I want this to be the only holdover from the Frank Reich regime. I want Ejiro Evero back. I want him back for 2 reasons. The first is the defense performed under him. They just did. Statistically, a top 10 defense in a year where the offense's failures shoulda, coulda, woulda had them down in the bottom 20. Nope, top 10. And number 2, because the players want him back. Now, I understand you don't want to let, as the old saying goes, the inmates run the asylum. In fact, that's why Mike Vrabel doesn't have a job right now. That's why Bill Belichick doesn't have a job right now. It's because those guys want to be in control of all of the things. Hoodie wants to be a GM. Vrabel wants control over day-to-day activities of the football team. And if you're a general manager, you're probably not really that likely to hire a guy under you who's going to come in and take away half your job, right? That's why Vrabel and Hoodie aren't in the NFL as head coaches right now. But there are spots where I absolutely and entirely do care what a group has to say, what a group thinks, and that group is the players. I absolutely want to make sure that the players have a dude that they want to play for, because if you don't, you end up the New Orleans Saints. If you don't, you end up in a situation like you had with Dennis Allen. If you don't, you end up in a situation where you send out your guys to go run a game-sealing kneel down, and they go, nah, we're good. We're going to go ahead and run this thing in for a tutty directly against the play call of our head coach. No, we're good. And then you got defensive ends like Cam Jordan, hypothetically speaking, going on the interview circuit at the end of the season and getting asked the question, do you respect Dennis Allen? And he hits a reporter with, well, he's the head coach, so we respect him until he's not the head coach anymore. Just say no, dog. Just say no. Just say no. We don't respect this guy. We don't like him. We don't respect him. He's not good at his job. And yet we're throwing our whole franchise at him. No, we're good. But that's not what happened. That team's falling apart. That team is cratering right now, right? And you don't want that. So you do want to, at least to some degree, ensure that you end up with a head coach on the sideline that they want to play for, they want to play with. Ejiro Evero seems to be, right now, that dude for the defense. They seem to be, the players, on board with this cat. The defense seemed to be a pretty solid unit underneath him. I mean, I can't ask for anything above that. So Carolina trying to keep this dude in the fold when the team performed, when the players seemed to want to play for him, that's precisely and exactly what I'm looking for. So the fact that Canellis is, or at least right now, it would appear that the new coaching staff is going to make a run at keeping that board in the pocket. That's good news. It is the one Tepper holdover that I'm on board with. Everybody else had to go. Chris Tabor, appreciate the service, man. Appreciate the service. Appreciate you stepping in to be the IC when Frank Reich got canned after 11 weeks. Appreciate the fact that you went out there and busted it to try to get the Panthers fans a couple of wins on the way out. I appreciate all that. But you're a Tepper holdover. You got to go. We got to clean everything out of here that we can. And here's the thing. Unless you can bring in Mike Vrabel, Ejiro Evero is the best defensive coordinator on the market right now. Raheem Morris is out. He's the head coach in the ATL. And outside of that, I don't know who you'd say that guy is. Ejiro Evero is the best available defensive coordinator right now. That's why Miami wants him. That's why Green Bay wants him. That's why the Giants want him. That's why the Jags want him. That's why Seattle still has him going for another interview this week for their HC job. Because if Ben Johnson and or Bobby Slowick become unavailable or say no, Ejiro Evero feels like a pretty good fallback plan for them. There's a reason this cat has interviews and the Carolina Panthers are having to block jobs. It's because he's a commodity right now. And if you can keep him on this staff, that's a win, dudes. That's a win. All right, we got to take a break. When we come back here in just a minute, I got about 3 more stories that we are going to hustle through. And then we got Twitter trend. Nope, what the X is going on. Whatever you want to call it. Coming up to wrap this bad boy up. It's Monday, y'all. Robin Lonzo on the Weenus and Pitt Show in the Fan Upstate. Blah, 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 blah.
Temperatures reaching the mid-50s for today with a good on sun. Then for tonight,
Well, Lisa only made it an hour and then she had to go home. Because the coughing is very disruptive for, everyone around you if all you're doing is coughing.
Mm-hmm. Like, go home sick is as much about other people as it is about you. Wow, that's terrible.
Eagles Markets has everything you need to fuel your outreach or satisfy all the hungry things in your life. Eagles, low prices, love the savings.
Denise has been playing jazz for 40 years. Last concert, one of the musicians fell sick with RSV. Respiratory syncytial virus, or RSV, is a highly contagious virus that can lead to breathing problems. This July, she's choosing to help protect herself with Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo. Abrysvo is a vaccine for the prevention of lower respiratory tract disease caused by respiratory syncytial virus, RSV, in adults.
My medicine just wore off.
Uh-oh.
You didn't
the
notice?
wall.
You should have visibly seen me smack into that thing. But I couldn't take any more because, driving.
Ask your pharmacist or doctor about Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo, respiratory syncytial virus vaccine.
I should be, in theory, around limited people. So,
I'm honored.
So far, just you. And
I'm honored. James, so that we are clear, I am, let me scratch that one. I am clear. Here's the thing about Vrabel. Vrabel's a culture coach, right? Like, there are culture coaches that Belichick is a culture coach. That's why nobody wants that guy.
Can you, because of his personality, could you have Vrabel as a coordinator or as a position coach?
I would not, but it depends on if you feel like the locker room's your biggest problem. There are some teams that the locker room's the biggest problem. Honestly, New Orleans, the locker room's the biggest problem right now. I would absolutely replace Dennis Allen with Mike Vrabel right now. Of course, I would probably replace Dennis Allen with a wet paper bag right now.
Just gave me the heebies. I hate touching wet paper. You didn't give me the jeebies, though, just the heebies. As we learned, around Halloween, I don't know if you remember, there are heebies and jeebies.
There are heebies and jeebies.
If you get both, it's not. I got some heebies right now, and I need a poultice. They still make poultices.
What?
A poultice. I need a poultice. You don't know what poultice is,
No,
so
I
it
don't.
doesn't.
Poultice?
Poultice. Is it Paultice, maybe?
Poultice?
Yeah, that's probably it.
A soft, moist mass that can be used to treat painful inflamed dirt. I don't even know what that is.
It's more of a literary term, especially used
A
in
paste of herbs, plants, and other substances on a warm, moist cloth that can be applied to.
It's how Aragorn cured people, and this is kind
I've
of
never heard it called that before.
yeah.
If you'd have said that, I'd have been like, oh, yeah, no.
Okay.
I know that thing.
Okay.
The Rob Brown Show carries on. It is the Fan Upstate, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. A couple of stories and some thoughts before we get up out of here for the day. I think Adam Silver is probably the best commissioner in professional sports right now. That is not to say that Adam Silver has been a perfect commissioner, but I don't think you can have a perfect commissioner. Much like a politician, he's going to tick off half of the audience no matter what he does. So I grade on results. And what I will say is the NBA's television watching audience has trended upwards under Adam Silver. The NBA's revenue has trended upwards under Adam Silver. The WNBA has trended upwards under Adam Silver. Granted, he is not the commissioner of that league, but it is tied directly to the NBA. I think that is beneficial for sports. The in-season tournament, I don't care what any of you say, was a success, and I enjoyed it greatly.
Who else did?
I'm talking to America here.
All of us.
All right, I'll turn it off.
We all enjoyed it. Every one of us enjoyed it. Okay? Even if you say you didn't like it, you liked it.
Oh, yeah. I appreciate you being the spokesman for the world. Thank you, Rob.
That's what I'm here for. I am the voice of the people. The voice of the people. Adam Silver took over for David Stern back in 2014. He will remain on the job until at least 2030 as he and the NBA's Board of Governors are working on a contract negotiation that will extend him through at least the end of this decade. Obviously, there have been some question marks about the time of Adam Silver, but I will say a lot of the things listed as controversies. I turned into Sean Connery for a second. Controversies under Adam Silver weren't not necessarily caused by or directed by Adam Silver. I think there are spots the response could have been a little bit better. the Donald Sterling situation and the Robert Sarver situation both come into mind right out of the gate. The handling of some different domestic abuse stories, including Miles Bridges catching a 10-game suspension, that seems like a problem. The handling of Draymond Green as a person for the past, since he's been in the league, has been a problem.
Hey, for that alone, I mean, you know.
They need an NBA commissioner and a Draymond Green commissioner is what they need. They need a second guy who only deals with Draymond's issues. There have certainly been question marks, but the big thing that Adam Silver really is going to stick at the top of his resume and his argument for a raise with his contract is that the NBA has avoided two different, very possible work stoppages. Two collective bargaining agreements negotiated by his office since he took over. The last one was last year, and it put the league in a position to avoid it happening again until 2029. You know, we've been talking a lot about the ACC's grant of rights being the reason that Florida State, Clemson, Miami, North Carolina, Duke, and others are still in that conference, and that conference still exists. You know who the winner in that whole thing was? The attorneys who wrote the grant of rights for the ACC. Unless it gets struck down by a judge somewhere, which it is not under threat of having happen yet, the attorneys who wrote the grant of rights for the ACC are their MVPs right now. Well, it's the same for Adam Silver in this situation. The fact that not only did he get a contract done with the NBA PA last year, the fact that he got a contract done with the NBA PA that lasted almost a decade, that there's not a threat of labor stoppage, is an absolute win. Adam Silver, of course, was in charge when the pandemic happened. What'd he do? Took that team, popped them into the bubble down in Orlando. And while there are some naysayers and detractors, I also thought that was pretty good. Honestly, if you guys go back and you remember how much you know why I love the bubble? Because I think it gave us a very, very interesting season in that these dudes had to play basketball the way that you and I play pickup ball down at the gym, right? There's no fans. When Rob Brown gets out there for a pickup game, there's nobody standing over there on the sideline losing their minds when I throw down the two-hand tomahawk dunk on a transition breakaway.
All right. I got to say, if I saw you do that, I probably would lose my mind.
8-foot rims.
Okay. All right.
I'm just kidding. I don't play on 8-foot rims. I play on 10-foot rims like a man. I also do not two-hand tomahawk dunk. That may shock you. I could dunk in high school. That was 20 plus years ago. It's been a minute. Point here is, I loved it. I loved it because guys had to respond to the ebbs and flows of the game. They could not rely on 20,000 screaming Laker maniacs to generate the energy for them. They had to generate it. They had to play basketball old school. Church gym rec league basketball, right? And I thought it was great. You go back and you look at the NFL playing in the bubble. It was chaos, dude. You still had guys that were sneaking out to go get late night food or hang out with their girlfriends or whatever that were in and out. And then they put the rest of the team in jeopardy because if that guy went out, snuck out to go see his baby mama, and then he came back to the locker room and it got discovered that he went out, now everybody in the locker room that he talked to had to sit out as well. I can't remember what the situation was, but there was a game, I think it was Seattle. There was a game where the entire quarterback room had to sit out. They had to go get some dude. They just had to go get the guy. They had to go get Keanu Reeves to come in and play quarterback for them because the whole QB room, one guy went out, the whole QB room got quarantined. Adam Silver said, no, you're in the bubble or you're out, right? If you don't want to be here, that's totally fine. If you want to stay home with the wife, with the girlfriend, with the fam, we totally get it. But if you're in the bubble, you're in the bubble. I can't remember who the player was, but they had one guy in the bubble that ended up getting into a bow chicka bow wow relationship with one of the girls who was a COVID tester for the league, right? And because she was not a part of the bubble, the NBA bubble, she was in a bubble, but it was not the NBA bubble. She came in her gear, tested guys for the vid, and then if they were cleared, sent them onto the court. And one of the players got into, if I recall this story correctly, got into a consensual sexual relationship with this lady. But since she was outside the bubble, that dude got booted from the bubble. You can't be here. You put everybody and you put this whole gym at risk. You can't be here anymore. I thought Adam Silver did a great job during the pandemic. I think he's done a great job in terms of the labor disputes. I think he's done a great job in terms of new inventive ideas like the play-in tournament. I think he's done a good job tinkering with the rules so that it feels more basketball-y, but not at the cost of offense. 4, and this is something that a lot of people complain about, and I get it, though I don't necessarily agree. If all 4 stay on pace, 4 of the top 10 scoring offenses in the history of the league may all come from this season. All time, 4 of the top 10 scoring offenses, if paces stay the same, 4 of the top 10 NBA all-time scoring offenses will come out of this year's single season. If you've been watching the NBA, it does not feel like that. It does not feel like this is a runaway offensive league. Yes, you get some games that get out of control. You get the Pelicans putting a $153 on the Jazz in regulation the other night. Sure. You know what else we're getting? We're getting incredible years out of Joel Embiid, Nikola Jokic, D-Book. Names we want to watch. Adam Silver has worked to make sure the league is a much more international league. We've got the international draft now. We've got international combines now, so that not only are the best Americans in the world playing basketball, but the best players in the world are now coming here instead of playing in various little leagues around the world. They're coming to the association. We're getting better basketball because of guys like Jokic and Doncic, etc. The game's better because of that, guys, of those guys. So I am not shocked, nor am I disappointed that Adam Silver is getting an extension. I think he's the best commish of the Big Five right now, and I don't have an issue with it. All right. 2 more before we get out of here. Very interesting. Late last night, great one, the initial line for the Super Bowl dropped. By the way, we can say Super Bowl because we're your home for Super Bowl play-by-play right here and only on the Fan Upstate. The initial line dropped. And hashtag disrespect, the Kansas City Chiefs, great one, much like they were in the AFC Championship game, opened as a 2.5-point underdog, but
No. It needs to stay there. What do you mean, but?
here's where it gets fun. It opened as a 2.5-point line in favor of the San Francisco 49ers. And then within, and I mean within minutes of that line opening, it dropped a full point down to Kansas City being a 1.5-point dog. I looked a little while ago, and on some books, great one, it is now down to a single point. I suspect that by the end of the day, it is going to be a pick'em game. I would not be shocked if by tomorrow evening, it is Kansas City minus 0.5 point, maybe going to a full point. Money flying in on Big Red.
I don't know. Does Kansas City need disrespect to win?
I mean, clearly I've had a year of promo of disrespect
You
going,
have.
so
You have.
yeah.
You're just trying to get me over there. I mean, get that text.
Big line, man.
Because that makes me pay for playing that for an entire year.
Big line, man. Big line on the chefs. Minus
Does
2.5.
this hurt you? Because you already bet. You said
No, I got him at 2 points.
Okay, all
Anything
right.
they give back now is just gravy to me. I got him at 2 points. Actually, I think I got him at the 2. No, I got them at 2.5 points. So I can have Kansas City lose this game by a point. I can have them lose it by 2 points. 24-22, 24-21. 24-22 or 24-23.
But as long as they
I'm money.
win by at least a field goal, you.
If Kansas City wins at all,
Oh, okay.
I'm money.
Okay, cool.
If they win the game, I am money. They can lose by 2 points, and I win my bet. I had to tell you, I was real close to taking them on the money line, just an outright win. But I'm like, you never know, right? I'll take my 2.5 points. It didn't change the odds that dramatically. It went from I caught them at minus 2.5 at plus 100. So even money, it would have been minus 110 to take that. Or excuse me, I caught a minus 110 at minus 2.5. It'd have gone to even money if I would have gone
But
on the money line.
this makes sense. I mean, if both teams are as healthy as they can be with that much rest, playing at their best, it should be a pretty even contest, shouldn't it?
Oh, I think it's going to be a tremendous game. I think you got the best two teams in the league. Here's why I went Kansas City. It is not just aside from the fact that I don't know that I'll ever bet against playoff Pat again in my life.
It's Brock Purdy, isn't it?
Brock Purdy. It is partially Brock Purdy. It is the last time that San Francisco took some time off. They did not look great their first time back out. They did not. It is, while I think McCaffrey is going to have a 100-yard day against Kansas City, it is what Kansas City did to Lamar and the flock, right? They took 5 wide receivers out of every pass concept that Baltimore threw at them. And Lamar couldn't figure it out. I respect Brock Purdy. I think Brock Purdy is maybe the best game manager in the NFL right now. I think maybe the best game manager in the game right now. Do I trust Brock Purdy if the Chiefs defense is playing the way it played against Lamar? No, I do not. No, I don't. I don't know. Rob, how you going to hate on this guy with what he did last night? Right? Very simple. The same way that Lamar could not get free to run around, Brock's not going to get free to run around. If Lamar couldn't get free to run around, Brock's not going to. And you add on top of that while he does have the best skill position player set in the National Football League coming into this postseason, the Chiefs have the best pass defense in the postseason right now. Let Christian McCaffrey have his 100 and his touchdown. Let him have it. I'm good with that. Because it's playoff Pat, and it's Travis Kelce, and it's Isaiah Pacheco, and hell, even MVS was getting in on the action last night.
You got to go in with the same game plan. I mean, just eat up as much clock as you possibly can, right?
Yeah. I mean, if you're San Francisco, this is going to be the biggest thing you got to come into this. Hold on to the football, right? Drives, sustained drives, lasting, sustained drives. You got to keep the ball out of the hands of playoff Pat for as long as possible, man. As long as possible. That's it. And listen, I go back to the Baltimore-Kansas City game. Let me be abundantly clear. I felt the same way for Baltimore. They ran the ball 6 times with their running backs. Six times. 6 times with their running backs. That's unacceptable. That I mean this. That is negligence on behalf of Todd Monken. If I had Todd Monken in my head coaching search, I would have popped him an email in the third quarter of the Kansas City-Baltimore game saying, I appreciate your time. I appreciate your effort, but we are going to go in a different direction. Good luck in your future endeavors, Todd. And that'd have been the end of it. I'd have blocked him from the computer at that point because that was malice. That was negligence on behalf of Todd Monken and the Ravens. I don't think Kyle Shanahan is going to get tricked by Kansas City like Baltimore did.
I mean, as far as things goes, this is what a great coaching matchup this is.
Oh, yeah.
Be. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Shanahan v. the Walrus. This is going to be great, man. The flat bill versus the Walrus. Let's go.
I wish it was cold. Just the icicles. I know you don't like the cold, but the icicles, that was amazing.
No, give me that indoor stadium in Las Vegas. Let's go.
The house.
Perfect weather.
The house. That's like a home game for the Chiefs, though.
I don't know.
Because they play there once a year, so it's not like
True,
it's
San Francisco's a handful of hours
and
away.
until this last year, they've owned that place.
I mean, against the Raiders.
That's true.
Let's see. San Francisco to Las Vegas is a 8-hour drive. Kansas City to Las Vegas is a 19-hour drive. Then again,
so flight wise, what's the difference in a flight from San Fran to Vegas? And
hour and a half, 2 hours. All I know is this: the cheapest ticket to the Super Bowl right now that you can find. I did the research. I was curious. Cheapest ticket right now, Zoe. What's it going for?
You can count that as
cheapest
half if you want.
Up in the top.
I'm gonna go $1,500.
$8,000.
Wow, I was off a little.
So, as always.
Yay, corporations.
It's not corporations. That's capitalism, baby.
No. Those are the people who can afford to go.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
That's what I meant.
This game will have a handful of 49er fans who are willing to throw their retirement fund at it. It'll have a handful of Chiefs fans that are willing to throw their retirement at it. And then there will be a whole bunch of just football fans who happen to have a good chunk of money and are going just to say, I went to the Super Bowl. I don't think home field advantage matters in this game. I don't think it matters in any Super Bowl, to be honest with you. It just is what it is. That's part of the reason the Super Bowl is so good. It is the game, man.
I don't know. 49er crowd, not really known as a loud crowd.
What?
Yeah, I mean,
wrong.
Especially in comparison to a Chiefs crowd. I mean,
way entirely.
Chiefs crowds set decibel records. I don't know if 49ers fans do that.
Dude, San
if
Francisco
there's ever going to be a
joke.
wine and cheese crowd, 49ers.
No, that's Charlotte.
That would be. Yeah, no, I'm just saying because of, where they're located and all that kind of stuff.
Look, I'm going to go with there's a lot of people who have a particular image of people from California, and you're projecting that on the 49ers. 49ers fans are dogs. They're dogs.
All I hear is if you're going to San Francisco.
Yeah, again, if you want to throw.
Make sure you put flowers in your hair. I can't see it. I'm going to die if I keep doing that. So, yeah.
If you're going to throw Scott.
If we're talking about that song, I have no idea who sang that song.
It's Scott something.
I don't know. I think it was a one-hit wonder type thing.
Scott something. What is it?
Pretty sure it's a one-hit
Anybody
wonder.
on the text line know 71307 who sang that song? Point is, if you are here, San Francisco, it's flower children and hippies. You clearly don't pay attention to the 49ers.
Poo in the streets and stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
So, yeah.
For sure. That's the San Francisco 49ers secret weapon. They're going to throw you syringes at Patrick Mahomes. It is not a bunch of hippies, my dude. It's not. It's not. San Francisco fans ain't no joke.
It's
ain't no joke.
Scott McKenzie.
No! I was right. I was half right. 50%.
Look at you, man. I wouldn't even got Scott.
All right. We got to take a break. Come back here in just a minute, and we will ask what the X is going on, and then we call it a Monday. That was rough. I
thought I had it off.
I could feel the wet cough.
Yeah, but I've done really well. That's the first one that,
That one was rough. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
As soon as it started coming out, I was like, oh no. I get you, Steven. I really like San Francisco because of McCaffrey and because of Bosa and Chase Young. There are a lot of and Debo. I mean, it's one of those things where I don't hate the other team. Do you have to hate the other team to enjoy the game, though? There's only one team I did not want to see in the Super Bowl, and the Chiefs took care of that team. Screw you, Art Modell. And I have never been a Browns fan, but screw you, Art Modell. Yes, I'm so into grudges that I will pick up some from other people just to help them out, show them how it's done. Should have moved that. Oh, well.
We have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at tra.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now.
No, Steven, I just, you know what? You were right about Outback and shrimp there. You're not going to convince me of that. You're just not. Rob's probably will be on board, but I saw the commercials like, no.
For what? Salt and vinegar shrimp. I will try it.
Yeah, I don't like salt and vinegar chips.
I do like a salt and vinegar chip.
See, I don't. So if I don't like it on a chip, why would I like it on a shrimp? I can't go to Red Lobster. The booths are too small.
I'll tell you this. I will go just for some cheddar biscuits.
Cheddar biscuits are amazing. I would.
They sell cheddar biscuit mix at the store.
Yeah, I've seen that. I think I've tried it before. I mean, made it before. It's still not the same, but I mean, you try. You know what? I'm just going to come back with it because why not?
Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement mix. Based on a survey of pharmacists recommended vitamins and supplements.
Streaming wherever you are on the Odyssey app. Fan Upstate, a favorite.
All right, time to ask Rob what the X is going on. I got a ton. That's the reason why we're just jumping into it. The first thing that's Xing yo is Beavis.
Zero idea why Beavis is trending. I will say this. I did find out on the old Smart 75-inch that one of whatever random apps it came pre-installed with has every old episode of Beavis and Butthead. And yes, I've watched most of them.
All right, this is trending because there was a shower hair on the side of a shower. You know how sometimes your hair gets caught on the that looks like Beavis.
All right.
Look it up.
Twitter is the best.
It does look like it looks exactly like Beavis.
Is there a bigger...
Although apparently some people see a parrot, but I don't see.
I just saw it, and it totally does. Is there a bigger battle? A bigger silent, unspoken Cold War that goes on in the house of any beloved couple than man versus wife's hair in the shower?
Well, in ours, my wife doesn't use the shower; she used the bathtub, and I use the shower. So
it's on you.
So all that hair is mine.
So it's on you.
I mean, it's my fault.
She's got so the fiance. My fiance's got the long hair. And like once a week, I have to go get the little wire doodad thingamajigger and clean her fur ball up out of the drain because the shower starts to back up. And every time she's like, I don't know why the shower's backing up. I do. It's because there's a cat down there.
I'm not touching that one. I definitely won't go with that next though, because that could be problems. All right.
Yes, go with that one next.
All right. The next thing no, because I'll get beat up. I ain't doing that. All right. I'm gonna put one in between.
Political?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
I'm gonna put one in between. The one in between is Ghostbusters.
It is trending because another one got announced.
The trailer just dropped.
Really? Okay.
Yes. It's like
after the
Afterlife was good, dude. It
I
really
haven't seen
was.
it yet.
How could you not?
I know.
I mean,
I know.
It was.
It's not any. It's not like me taking a
No,
stand.
you can pretend like the women's one didn't exist and just jump from 2 to
No,
this.
that's not even it. Like I said, this is not me like taking a stand or whatever. It just I got excited. I saw the trailer. I got excited. It came out. I didn't get a chance to see it in theaters. And literally, I have not seen anything about it since then. Like ordinarily, other movies when they make their way to streaming services, they're still running commercials like available now.
Yeah,
for
but this
streaming on
was
Disney Plus.
I
I
think
haven't seen
this-
that anywhere.
It was like 2 years ago, so it's been on stream for a while.
I just haven't seen it.
I suggest that you put it on your ever-growing list.
Okay.
And check it out if you get a chance. All right, the next thing that's Xing yo is Stupid Ho.
Okay, I did see that. And
you understand why I made sure that I separated things because I don't.
Thank you for that. In retrospect, good decision. James said all that hair in the shower, but God forbid that toilet seat stay up. Ladies, you know I love you. Ladies, you know that you have a soft spot in my heart. You are always welcome. In fact, ladies call the show. They go to the front of the line on the phones. Okay. But the toilet seat goes both ways. Why is it 100% on us to put it down? That means we have to take 2 actions.
I think an
every
eagle
time.
just flew over, man. The wingspan was like 10 feet. I don't know what
I'm
that
sticking
was.
with this. I appreciate you trying to pull me off of this.
Oh,
It's
it
not
definitely
happening.
happened.
Listen, ladies, you are asking us, if this was a D&D game, I only get 1 action a turn. You're asking me to take 2 actions a turn. That's not how this works. I put it up when I need it. You put it down when you need it. Hell, about a quarter of the time I need it, I got to put it down anyway. You still come out ahead. Stop with this battle. You ask us every time to clean your hair out of the sink, out of the shower, out of every other orifice in the bathroom. But for some reason, we're the worst planetary creatures for not putting the toilet seat. Lead it up. You're an adult. Ladies, you're grown-ups too.
All I got to say, in this day and age where people pay thousands of dollars to get work done back there, you don't need a lid. We all seen why.
All right, so the reason
you do not need a lid.
hilariously that Stupid Ho is trending right now is because Nicki Minaj has dropped a diss track. Nicki Minaj used to put out diss tracks that were in fuego, that were great. Like I didn't have a side in the beef, and I still listened because they were fire.
Side of beef.
And now she has gotten to the point where it's just like, all right, you just calling someone that, is it the same as dropping a diss track? Nick, come on.
Okay, I was trying to figure out why that was, and that's the only thing I could find. So,
Nicki Minaj.
Okay, all right. Speaking of rappers, next thing is Xing is Eminem.
M had a night last night. He really did. The first time they showed Eminem at the Detroit game, Eminem was
Speaking of
in it
birds,
with some San Francisco fans, and he was giving them the old double bleep you. He was giving them the old double you. And then about 30 minutes later, the cam went back to M, and M wasn't going double bird. He was going double face palm, watching his Lions melt down.
all right, last one. Rigged is trending. I don't know why.
No idea. Can't imagine. Hashtag disrespect. That's it for us, kids. That's Monday's show. Hope you enjoyed it. Come back tomorrow. We'll do it all over again, but better on a Tuesday. That's Lonzo. I'm Rob. Have a lovely rest of your afternoon. We'll see you back here tomorrow on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. Yeah! You almost almost made it to the end before you started falling apart there.
You saw me look.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Married advice. The bathroom belongs to the woman of the relationship. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You know what it is? You know who says that? The same people who say, happy wife, happy life. No, that's weak. It's happy spouse, happy house. All right? I'm tired of that. I really am. It's a two-way street. If your relationship is all give, you're not in a relationship. You're an indentured servant. And I'm not trying to live that life. All right?
Do you have 2 bathrooms?
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, that I'm not saying that solves it, but it could if you wanted it to.
For sure.
Yeah.
But no, we have the big bathroom, and then we have the bedroom is it's full bathroom, is a bathroom, a sink, and a shower, but it's only like a square stand-up shower and a little sink. The big bathroom is like a big countertop with one sink and a full-size shower and all that. So we both want to use that one, and it's fine. And for the record, all of this that I'm spouting, my fiance still gets on me about not putting the toilet seat down. And I'm like, yo, if I get up in the middle of the night and I have to turn on the light to make sure it's up, then what's the problem with you turning on to make sure it's down?
By the way, here's the thing. Leave it down a little bit. And there could be some results that might bother someone to the point where I'm not saying you should do this, but you could. And then suddenly they're like, okay, I see why that seat needs to be up.
She's done the science. Every mess in the bathroom is my fault. Every one of them. Her hair product.
I was going to say
still my fault somehow.
So that's not accurate. You're saying that's not accurate.
No,
it's not okay.
Not accurate.
All right. Okay.
I am tired. James said, while I agree off the record. Pick your battles. Again, I am a big pick your battles guy. And for the record, I will do anything my fiance asks whenever she wants. Like, we got out of bed yesterday. We go to the couch. I am in boxers and a basketball jersey. And she's like, will you go to Waffle House and get me a Texas bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich? So you know what I did? I got up. I got changed. I went to the Wahoo. I put it into to-go order. I sat in the Waffle House. I waited for that order. I brought it back. I will do whatever she wants. But this whole happy wife, happy
when you
life,
say got changed, you mean you put a hoodie on and some shorts?
jeans, but yeah.
Okay, all right.
But I got dressed. I didn't want to put on pants.
All right.
I was sitting on a couch watching NFL pregame in boxers. We got out of bed at like 12:30 in the afternoon. It was amazing. I will do anything she wants.
That for us is so much sleeping in, though. I mean,
dude, it's screwed this week up already.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I watched the end of that game last night. I was like, let me show prep. Then I jumped into Valhalla. I was like, all right, I'm going to play like one, whatever the next mission is.
Yeah, I know how that goes.
Yeah, that didn't go. I fell asleep at like 1:15 this morning for a 3:30 wake-up call. It was not great, Bob. All right, that's it for us, dudes and dudettes. Thank you guys for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed it. Come back tomorrow. Tell your friends about us. Have a lovely day. Goodbye.